Hello there. All right. So this morning we are just going to get some side stuff done. Because I have a lot of side stuff that is needing to lever up. Like Scholar. Let's do some false friends really quick.
Yeah. You're a boy type shirt.
I am wearing a boy type shirt. There. Cerrito Carrito.
I have worked day and night on the cure, yet I have little to show for it. My research is at a standstill for lack of information.
I feared as much. If ever men had knowledge of the sickness, it was lost long before this age. Even after a careful study of the Nemean tablets, I still know little more than what you've told me, that it came from the sea.
From traders who returned from the South Seas, yes. They had lost their mainmast in a fearsome tempest, and drifted, victims of the current, until at last they were aground on a desert isle. Half dead they stumbled ashore, and would have perished, but for the Lalafellan tribe that lived there. These natives nursed the traders back to health and helped mend their ship. They even sent their men home with an amphora etched with ornate designs, a gift of friendship. In Nim, we'd given them the rights due to those lost at sea. When they sailed into port a year after they had left, you can imagine how joyful the mood was. Yet our joy soon turned to horror. These traders began to grow ill, for the sickness was upon them. They transformed, and the rest you know.
The story suggests the traders contracted the disease in the isle. The voyage home must have been... Hold on. The traders were hale and hearty when they returned to Nim, yes? The sickness became known only after they reached port.
You mean to suggest it was not the men who bore the disease? Then who, or what? Something they carried, perhaps. Something like the islanders' gift.
That does seem more likely the culprit. But without the amphora, this is all conjecture. I'd be astounded if even a shard remains after 1,500 years.
As would I. It was placed on display in the royal halls for all to see. If only I had considered it a possible source.
The royal halls? I know exactly where that used to be. Precious little remains of them, but I will scour the area. And if Pietro joins me, mayhap you will be lucky. So what about it? Do you feel lucky, Pietro?
Alright, so in the floating city of Nim, then. Let us see if we can find the secret of Nim. See no sign of South Seas Amphora, but I do sense a hostile presence. Gabber Golem. Cracker. And there he goes. Right. Let's be ready for the next attack. Oh boy, Mudstone. Seen something of the South Seas Amphora. But gasp, what's this? We're under attack. It was a trap all along. I had no idea. Got a slice of curl meat. It's something half covered with soil, several yalms below you. Check it out, it's an M4. Uh-oh. We've got some hostile presence to use. Toso adherent. You dig out an empty amphora from the soil where it lies. And to bring to Cerrito Corrido.
beg your pardon, but you found it intact.
Giggle.
Incredible. I remember this as though it were yesterday. This is the self-same Thora.
Then it truly is an honest-to-God's miracle. Though it occurs to me now that we should handle it with a bit more care, assuming it can turn us into Tonberries. I mean, pretty obviously.
Void scent. This is what attempted to stop you from taking the amphora. Void scent are drawn to the magics of their own kind, which means a void scent of some strength is likely sealed herein. Yes, here, a binding sigil cut into the bottom. Dear gods, it cannot be. This is the work of Mach.
Mach, beware the dark, keep away and lose your heart. That Mach?
An apt rhyme, doubtless inherited from Nim. Mach was our enemy, rapacious and unwise. Their magi trafficked with the void, grew mighty from shadows, and attacked their own lands, time and again. Look no further than this. The sigil was sealed, a void sent this gift. The islanders must have been their pawns in a plot to bring us to our knees. We were fools. Not once did we consider that everything from the Tempest to our trader's miraculous return might be a void mage ploy. I must return to my tomes. Pray, allow me time to research this. And please, tell me if you begin to transform.
Okay. Wow. Broil. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm not going to use. Okay. Metal Summoner. Time for minor negotiation. This is different from aggressive negotiation. So many sweepers. Auspicious timing, Peter. There have been news. None of it is good. Our soldiers in Central Thanalan have reported another attack. I looked over the notes from the initial investigation, and it would seem Tristan, someone who looks very much like him, has struck again. I'll have one of my men contact Emira with the details, but I suggest we head out to the Nawala mines immediately and question one of the surviving victims. So used to Chocobo music starting whenever I'm leaving Thanalan because I had that for so long. It actually surprised me this time when it didn't play. Oh, what do you mean more questions? I've spilled me tale into 3 different soldiers already. Me work goes further and further behind every time I gotta stop and talk to you folk. Here's an idea, though. How about you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours? That big lad in the uniform. There, looks like he could lift some good-sized rocks. What about you, lad? You some sort of mage? Now, you had some trouble with the local Spriggans, swiping our fire silver. And you're just the bloke to get it back. That stuff's as rare as chocobo teeth, you know. Now, just a moment, sir. We don't have time for these distractions. Then maybe I don't got time to talk to you. Not till they're a little give with your take. I fear he means to be stubborn about this, Peter. Please humor the man and retrieve his precious ore from the Spriggans. Just the first one. Spriggan scratching, so. The last one's going to be down here. Oh, there it is. Glad this one isn't much harder than the last one, so I was a little worried. Like, oh, so it's going to be harder. That last one was actually kind of hard. Alright, I took care of your stuff. Say, alright, I took care of your stuff. Find them Spriggans, lad. How about me fire silver? Here you go. Now, tell me your story. Oh, you got the whole lot back. Much appreciated. My apologies. My studies took longer than I... Oh, Captain Wolf, is everything all right? Everything's fine. Now, let's hear your story, sir. I reckon you've earned it. Well, when I was in the mine loading the carts with our haul for the day, this bloke in robes appears. Doesn't say a word. The bastard just snaps his fingers and sets his pet demon to lighting me mates on fire. If we take it, Peter, if you would be so kind. You look like this? Bloody hells. Aye, that's the fiend I saw. 'Tis as we feared, then. And this robe-clad man, do you have any idea why he attacked you? Well, lass, there's more than silver to be had in Nawala. On a good day, we dig up our fair share of crystals as well. That seems to be what he was after. I'm not ashamed to say I fled for my life once the folks started up in flames, but when I went back to sort out the mess, the cart that had all the crystals in it was empty. He took them all? Aye, every last one. That's all I got to say about that. Hope you catch you, bastard. Totally wrong voice, but who cares? We're already done speaking for him. This is the voice for this. Crystals. There's a crate of crystals in the list of goods stolen from that caravan. He must have taken everything else to conceal his intent. Our quarry grows careless or simply impatient. It's time I re-examined certain other incidents that we did not think related to this case. Meet me at the Hall of Flames and we'll discuss the matter further.
I can only imagine that one reason why such a man as Tristan would seek to acquire a wealth of crystals. Come, Pieter, let us not keep Captain Wolf waiting.
Indeed. We'll talk about dances with Wolf.
All right.
I inspected our incident records, paying close attention to cargo manifests that included crystals. We'd attributed several recent raids to the Almaja, but the victims were every last one of them burned to death. Not entirely impossible, considering the lizardman's affinity for fire. Did not find a single arrow or spear wound.
Aye, it is highly unlikely. Mayhap I should state aloud what we're all thinking. Judging by the sheer number of crystals involved, we must assume that this villain intends to call forth a primal.
After my encounter with Ifrit, I learned just how devastatingly powerful these entities can be. I believe that summoners and their ability to harness such power hold the potential to achieve great things. But if Tristan truly is mad enough to summon a primal, then that unthinkable act, and the bloody deeds he performed in preparation for it, will cause people to question the motives of all who practice the summoner's art.
My studies of the tombstones revealed to me a tale of adulation. The summoners of Alag were revealed as heroes for their part in defeating the ancient primals, but reverence slowly turns into revulsion as practitioners, intoxicated by their own immense power, being wielding the art of summoning as means to further one's own selfish ambitions. That is not to say, of course, that all summoners chose to become tyrants. Among the common people, however, it became a strongly held superstition that those who meddled in the powers of primals ultimately fell into the embrace of evil. This superstition blossomed into outright terror, and that's when the mage hunts began. At the end of the Third Astral Era, the last of the summoners had vanished from their stage in history.
And should we allow Tristan to go through with his plans, and we risk a repeat of that tragedy? I'll review the state of patrols and the crystal trade routes. We will catch him.
Pieter, before I joined you at the Nawawa mines, I was able to recover another incantation that may prove useful in the coming days. Wield its power wisely.
Indeed. Ruin 3, baby.
Very nice.
All right, well, enough of that.
Monk. The Return of the Monk. Come on, let's get going already. Oh, have a bit of patience, will you? You're not a child anymore.
Are you ready to depart, brother? Indeed. Good. The professor's already left. He makes for a village called Alagana. There, he will take measure of the land. I would strike out soon as well, but one matter troubles me still. The creed for the new Fist of Ralgar.
With all due respect, Master, but at this rate, we're never going to get to Girabania.
You are right. Sometimes the answer cannot be forced. Mayhap it'll come to me on the road. Very well. Let us away. En route, I would make a stop. The place called Schism. Monks once trained there, and revisiting the past, we may walk better into the future. Okay, so before I head to Garabanya, let's get all the Heavensward stuff out of the way, which would just be Muggles. Muggles? And that would be Zenith. Time to mug up. Where could he be? Where could he be? Oh, there you are, Peter. Terrason's ready to discuss how to begin building the statue. We dare not start without you, Kupo. Now, let us say what he has to say. We gotta see what he has to say. That's what I meant to say.
Peter, how good of you to join us. Once old Dees graces us with his presence, we can begin our discussion. Here, there he is now.
Greetings. For what purpose did you summon me here? Do you require my strength once more?
Indeed, old Dees. We would avail ourselves of your legendary strength. All of our work thus far has brought us to a decisive moment, and without your stout wings, I fear we'll have little hope of success.
Then of course my wings are yours. I would never stand idly by as my friends struggle. No task is too large for me. I knew I could count on your support, Kupo. Finally, we're ready to begin work on the Mogmender's first official commission, the statue requested by Gillenbursty.
A monument to friendship and peace. Now lost to time. With their new tools, the Mogbenders are working with more vigor than I've ever seen. I believe they are more than ready to rise to this challenge.
We are ready, Kupo. Ready to build a statue. Statue of what, exactly?
It's an answer to that question that I have been contemplating, my dear Mogson. Unfortunately, we have no pictures, no stories, no remnants that which we could base the statue's form. We know only that it stood more than 1,000 years ago, during the age when dragon and man lived together in harmony.
Could it be a Koopa tree? Or an enormous cloud now?
Don't be daft, Mogson. The statue likely depicted dragon and man. Brother once told me many such sculptures used to dot the land.
Oh, Dees, I must say I had much the same thought. What better subjects could there be to immortalize a bond which, at the time, must have seemed unbreakable?
Even so, there's still so much we don't know. How were they posed? How many were there? No statues remain to draw inspiration from. Harrison, did any survive down below?
Well, there's a relief in Falcon's Nest, but that work is much too recent to be of use. However, there may be another way. Our mutual friends, the Temple Knights, have spent generations chasing heretics. Doubtless they have seized at least a few of their idols during their ceaseless struggles. Peter, there's much work for us to do here at Barles. I would ask you to journey to Ishgard and ask my dear Haldloop if he can part with an idol. I have confidence he'll oblige your request.
All right.
However, if perchance he is hesitant to do so, hand him this letter. I believe it shall prove to be adequately convincing.
And what of us? While Peter's away, what should we do? Continue our stonemasonry practice?
No, my dear Mogson. There are preparations to be made. Speak with Mogmul and ready the stone we will use for the statue. Oldies, pray help Mogson with his duties. For my part, I shall begin drawing up plans for the statue's base. Well then, I look forward to meeting again. May we all return with good news.
Fomalbert. What an interesting name that is. Require an idol seized from the heretics. My apologies, Pieter, but such a request is not within my power to grant. Pray understand that much as I would like to offer you a helping hand, there are some matters where my reach is limited. Here's a letter. Does that help? A letter from Lord Terrasson. He writes the figures in question were taken unlawfully from the treading mists, and that the Mughals, as caretakers of the ancient ruins therein, are obliged to petition their return. A rather more bureaucratic approach than I anticipated, but I would expect no less from the Lord of House Zemail, as skilled with his words as he is with a hammer and chisel. Really, we do need it. Has he not told you? That cunning old fox is none other than Terrasson de Zemail, formerly Count Terrasson de Mail. Though he has long since stepped down, he still does not scruple in interceding in various affairs. In any event, his reasoning is sound. I can see no harm in following his plan. Speak with my man, Vane Cadet. He can provide you with that which you need. And where is this person? Oh, it's behind you. Okay. You require an idol, yes? I believe this one should do. They all look the same to me. Dreadfully ugly, isn't it? Well, I suppose there's no accounting for taste.
You returned. Was Hadelup willing to oblige your request?
Here's a heretical statue for you.
Is the object of heresy and untold evil? Seems harmless enough to me, but the craftsmanship is superb. I do believe this will provide the perfect model for our statue. Excellent work, my friend. However, I cannot help but notice that you no longer have the letter that I wrote. I suppose that means Sir Hadelup told you who I am, and a simple epistle would sway a man of his standing. Well then, let me apologize for the belated introduction. I'm Terrasson de Zemail, otherwise Count of my house. I'm happy to say my son now enjoys that burden, leaving me to spend my days as I please. I try to stay busy, of course, but our project here has been a boon in that regard. However, do not think that this is some whim born of idleness. No, this is how I wish to live out my twilight years, as my true self, as a craftsman. House Zemail was built upon a foundation of masonry. Masonry and mastery of wood, steel, stone. From a young age I strove to learn the techniques of my forefathers. Alas, once I became Count, I was forced to trade my hammer and chisel for quill and parchment. The Count's craft is to uphold the honor of his house, his tools, his wit, and his wiles. I was bound to the eternal struggle for glory and prestige. And as the months bled into years, my days as an artisan faded to half-forgotten memory. It was in this single-minded state that I raised my sons, teaching them not the joy of crafting. Perhaps by imparting my knowledge to others, I'm in some small way trying to alleviate that regret. I've gone on too long again. Truly, I thank you for listening to this old man's ramblings. Now, let us return to the task at hand. The statue must be built. And I have a job perfectly suited to your skills. The statue, no, sculpture, must be polished to a mirror sheen if it is to be remembered. And to that end, I would have you make the materials required to do so. As always, Mogul shall provide you with what you require. Bring your completed work to Mogson, and I shall make use of it at once.
What am I missing? Did you see the movie, those huge stones, Kupo? Just watching them made my belly rumble. but I will do my duty. Until the statue is complete, I'll be here to give you whatever you need. Thanks for all the materials. Statue supplies, huh?
Goodness, all the mod stuff is so easy right now.
Mogmaners have plenty of supplies to spare, so there's no need to worry about running out. Just say the word and I'll fill your bags with anything you need, Koopa.
Let's try again. So easy that I forgot to make it any better. There. Okay.
Peter, it goes without saying, but the Mogmaners are grateful for all your help so far, Koopa. Just a little bit more and we'll be finished. So let's see what you made.
I made statue supplies.
You've certainly outdone yourself this time. Gillibursty will surely be in awe at the quality of our work. And now all that's left is to build. You've done it, Koopo. Can you feel it? That must be how the landlords and skylords felt the moment they built this plaza ages ago. I can only imagine what Gillibursty's reaction will be.
Little ones, how fares your work? If it is too difficult, simply say so. I shall allow you to return home before I raze this place to the ground.
On the contrary, Gillibursty, you could not have arrived at a more opportune time. The statue is complete, and I dare say even more majestic than it was before. Behold!
I have not seen this statue in a long time. Yes, it is as it was. Almost. Your work is adequate. As promised, I shall leave you be. Continue in peace.
Huzzah! Almost adequate. Why would he say that, Koopo?
Thanks to your efforts, the statue's been erected in Barles. It would seem your work is complete, but Gillibursty's cryptic words suggest otherwise. Reputation up. Reputation has increased to honored. Now honored among the Mogmaners. I can do 3 additional quests. Except that I've already done all the quests. Oh no! So schism. And once that schism, we'll change the monk.
Thank you, love. And you log in. It fell all the way asleep. Sure. Thank you. Stepping this little temple over here. We are stopping at this little temple. Interesting. As a child, I came to this place. We faced fearsome fiends, and we might open our chakra. In returning here, I hoped there would be a spark, an inspiration for a new creed, but it's not so simple.
The Fist once taught that with the pursuit of strength, one could approach the sublimity of Ralgar.
Teaching our forebears followed to their undoing. In pursuit of strength, they sought the power of rule. By that power, they were destroyed. Our creed must rise above that dark past. Nor cannot light the way into the future. Nay, we must find a new path.
Well, there's nothing like a journey for finding paths. Let's keep moving, Master. Something will come to mind before you know it.
So I pray, Zetsa. So I pray. And yes, let us continue on to the peaks, east of the village of Alagada. There, Professor Eric awaits us. Okay. Well, kitties get the zooms. Kitty very much has a meow, 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 meow. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Alagana. When I return here, I remember the day the Temple of the Fist was raised. On that day, I was training, like all the days before, and then without warning, we were attacked. It's very early in the AM. Yes, it is.
Yes.
Welcome, Empty. We all of us fought bravely, even little ones like me, desperate to protect our temple, our home. But it was all in vain. One after another, we fell. All the while, the temple burned. Some few of us managed to flee, but he was my closest brother, Adri. We stumbled into this village, smoke billowing behind us. But when I looked around, Audrey was not there. I never saw him again. A sad story. Forgive me. Now's another time. Yep. We're doing some monk stories. Not that the time for sorrowful reflection. Come, let us look for the professor. Come on then, the bloody resistance. Add to the pile of corpses. That's the only difference you're going to make. You're wrong. I'm going to make a real difference. I'm going to train hard and honor Ralgar, and he'll grant me power. That power couldn't save the temple, our home. What makes you think it's going to save us now? Don't be a fool. No matter how strong you become, you'll still be one man against the might of an empire. They may be beaten now, but they won't stay beaten forever. Mark my words. You mark my words, my mind's made up. I'm not letting the bastard Imperials take it from us again. You just take care of yourself, you hear? That was decidedly fun compared to the Paladin. Right? Oh yeah. That's kind of like White Mage so far has been kind of lame. And everything else has been better. Souls crushed to submission. The fire in their hearts extinguished. To rekindle hope within such people, that must be the purpose of the new fist. Praise be. I have it. Our new creed. To those who would have their homes stolen, to those loved ones taken, naught is more desirous than strength. The strength to protect what they hold dear. Cleanse the forever taint. Yeah, it was just... Oh, well, I see you have found your answer. And rather more quickly than I had expected of someone I'd sooner strike rather than think with his head. With the Order's purpose thus established, we may consider the question of place. I regret to say, however, the old temple grounds are currently occupied by the Resistance. There's not to indicate they will vacate anytime soon. Grounds hold symbolic meaning, a fitting stage for reviving the Fist, but ultimately, the physical location matters not. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Kitty is so zoomed right now. For our mission lies in the spiritual realm, within people's hearts. There we will rekindle the faith, and all may know the solace of worship. That, as they say, is the spirit. Now then, I shall report on how matters stand with the religion, or with the region, not the religion, that's silly. But few Fist faithful remain, even accounting for those who practice in secret. Nor has there been any trace of the sect of Shadow, not since the misguided leader's downfall, save for those who came over to the light. It is safe to assume that his ambitions died with him. One is behind, doing Stormblood side job quests while in Shadowbringers. Yes, indeed. Today I'm getting all of the side stuff that I'm still behind on, taken care of, the next level. So this is what I'm doing on my days that I'm working, is I'm coming in the evenings and leveling as best I can these quests that are all behind, because I had initially was just going to do White Mage, and then circumstances convinced me to add a couple, so I branched off into White Mage, Sage, Dancer, and now I'm trying to get some more, bring it up to about 7 more, so I have to level up a lot of these other jobs that are behind, as you say. We have a long road ahead, that much is plain, but we shall see our journey through, one step at a time. And our first step begins here and now. Great, so what do we do exactly? We hold a demonstration. Give the people tangible proof. Proof that the Fist is returned. Peter, first impressions last, and you are the first amongst us. As such, I would entrust this task to you. Indeed. You may leave it to me to round up the villagers. I shall cry up a veritable storm for the coming spectacle. Zenza, Lachaka, take the wooden dummy, set it in the village outskirts, and Peter, limber up and tell me when you're ready. All right. Meditation helps me limber up. I hit a button and I meditated. Hooray! So much easier than real life. Oh. This needs to be discarded. Let me trade that in to the... that needs to be traded into the gold saucer or something. Not many came, far fewer than I had hoped, but no less of a show than we give them for it. Come, brother! Your performance will mark the revival of the Fist of Ralgir. Lead in with a true strike, follow with a dragon kick, and then finish with a boot shine. That wasn't very fast, but it worked. Well, this is why I see you with Noel more than often this week. Yep, that is why I've been doing that. That is correct. Hey, ain't you the Fist of Ralgir? I thought the monks were all gone. Good people of Alagana, I am Wiedergelt, proud son of Alamigo, and brother of the Fist of Rauger. All know the sad tale of our order. Years ago, the King of Ruin laid our temple to waste. Our faith was lost to the people. But without faith, it is people who are lost. For to lose faith is to lose hope. But we need hope now, in this bleak age, more than ever before. So I come before you today, and I beseech you, join me in reviving the Fist of Relgar. Let us restore hope to the land. You can't fool us. You just want us soldiers, fodder for the front lines. You're no different from the accursed masks. So it was in the past. Our order was seduced by power. Sworn allegiance to the royal family, we monks were little more than tools of war. But that was the Fist of old. The new Fist serves no king. It hungers not for glory. It thirsts not for blood. Nay, friends, it seeks only to protect that which we hold dear. Protect. Rauger is the destroyer. As his disciples, there is but one thing we ought to destroy: our own weakness. Therein lies the strength to protect. Therein lies hope. I will not lie. I am no great warrior. My forebears would put me to shame. But I am not alone. Nay, I have stout comrades beside me, who are no less dedicated to the cause. My foremost pupils, Zedsa no Chaka, and Pieter, whose sublime skills you just witnessed. Huzzah! Pieter, please say a word to the people. Join us. Let us begin anew. To bring you hope, we will give you our all, every ounce of our being. This we solemnly swear. Did he just say square? Let's just go with it. My thanks, Pieter. Your performance paved the way for the words. All present lent their ears. No few opened their hearts. Already villagers have come, seeking to learn of the new Fist. A fine first showing. Our forebears will doubtless be pleased. By restoring the Fist, we honor their memory. I shall commence the villagers' training at once, initiate them into the fundamentals of the faith. When that is over, we can continue with our mission. Till then, pray see to honing your own skills. Ere long, they will be called upon again. All right, time for Nightkin. Somewhere around here, there are... Is it too early for you? Back to bed? Enjoy. Rest well. The Peering Stones. Did I not have the Ananta? I thought I did. That's on me. Okay, well. In that case, let's head straight to Edelshire. I'm going to make this a favorite destination. Alright. I come here enough. It's definitely worth it.
Greetings, Peter. Harry and I have begun wading through a sea of ancient text, but we've yet to fish out any promising cures for a condition. I did, however, recall something which may help narrow down our search. Long ago, Lombard had one particular book which he would read with uncommon intensity. I've forgotten the title now, but I do remember that inside was scrolled the memoirs of a deranged killer who was executed as a heretic in Ishgard. This criminal is said to have committed a number of ritualistic murders, all carried out in the most peculiar form of thaumaturgy. I merely thought it a vulgar choice of reading material at the time, but now I wonder if that peculiar form of thaumaturgy was what kept Lombard glued to its pages. It sounds positively awful, and yet it must just give us the clues. It might just give us the clues we've been missing. I'll see if I can't track these memoirs down. I understand it is quite a rare volume, and when it comes to hunting down elusive treasures, it may be worth consulting a professional treasure hunter. Peter, you're acquainted with Midnight, too. Why don't you take Arya and pay her a visit?
Sure.
I will try my hand at a different route. It's a long shot, but Rowena is known to stock a truly eclectic range of wares. It's you. Something you need? A heretic's memoirs for the young lady here. Bit of an odd request, but who am I to judge? You're working at Herentia, then. Thought you wanted it for some sort of tasteless personal collection. Let me think now. Ishgardian heretic ritualistic killings. Oh, hells, it couldn't be.
What?
One of my fellow salvagers was just telling tales of treasures he'd spied in the Great Gabble Library, a rare book called Nightkin. Claims he glimpsed the title as he was running for his life through Rhapsody's quadrangle. It's a sought-after tome for collectors of the macabre, said to be written by an Ishgardian murderer who believed himself some matter of demon. Half a diary, half a grimoire, and chock full of bloody lunacy.
Well, it certainly fits the description. We should head back to Rowena's and share this news with her routine. Thank you for your help, Midnight.
Yes, Nightkin. That was the title. Written by a killer who thought himself born of fiends. Such a belief would certainly brand him a crazed heretic in Ishgard, but I suspect the truth is that he was much like Lombard and made you delve too deeply into forbidden arts. And you say the book was seen in the Great Gabbu Library. If I've not entered that place since the Charolaians departed this land. What of you, Peter?
Oh yeah, I've done that a couple times.
Like the back of your hand, eh? Well then, I vote for you to be our guide. If I hadn't known the library's guardians had turned hostile. I'm so sorry, Arya, but you'll have to remain behind. No sense putting you in a situation where you might be forced to fling spells.
Oh, I would have liked to have seen the fabled shells, but you're right, of course.
Come, Peter, let us hurry through the hinterlands, ere some intrepid scavenger makes way with our prize.
All right, off we go. can't help but feel like the Charlanes are going to play an important role somewhere down the line in this story. They've been mentioned enough times.
Right, let's not dawdle once we're inside. Make straight for Rhapsody's quadrangle and leave as soon as we've acquired the tome. From what I remember, the book Lombard read was of a fair thickness, and bound in leather covers. However, hopefully it won't be too difficult to find.
Now let's do it.
More of a lair than a library now. Either way, friend. I think the design of the tickets production is not even such overzealous. Alright.
Speed reader is an enemy.
There's up ahead, just a little further now.
Maybe the Nightkin. Here we are, about to find the book. Dutiful Knight. I should probably read these. That's not the book you're looking for. I should probably read each of these. Hold on. Sketches of Divinity. Pages contain incredibly detailed pictures of female deities in various stages of undress. No male divinities appear to be included in this collection. Not the book you're looking for. The Arcana Killer. During the Thorn Dynasty, a series of unsolved killings shook the very foundations of Ul'dah. The murderer was so named after the practice of leaving a card of the deck of Arcana by the bloody bodies of the slain. Officials publicly suggested the murderer suggested targets based upon divination. As several key figures of the faction that opposed the royal home were prominent among the victims, however, it was whispered that the seemingly random slaughter was merely a cover for some political assassinations. This is not the book you're looking for. Angel in Darkness. The ink has faded to the point of illegibility. This is not the book you're looking for. Diary of a Goldsmith. Today I visited the Trollswood. Lady Almadine of the Dorcour is a regular patron of mine, bid me call upon her household. I set off with confidence, my latest masterpiece in hand. It was within the walls of Hawk Manor that I beheld the true pinnacle of perfection.
Yes, we roused the Guardian. Let's dispatch it. We've roused the Guardian. Let's dispatch this menace.
The ever-living bibliotaph. The Red Mage mission. I'm not seeing when you saw Deep Red, though. Ah, yes. Okay. Now I see it. Thank you for the clarification. Well, what am I supposed to do exactly? I was literally healing and it killed me. Is there some kind of acceleration and magnification. That's good to go. How you feeling? You took your headphones off, you alright? Alright, let's read this first book this time. The dutiful night in the year 960 of the 6th Austral era, a murder did occur within a member of the clergy had struck down by a knight of common birth. The knight, whose name was Tafriel, wet his blood in the priest's blood after witnessing an unspeakable abuse of an orphan waif under the pretext of an exorcism. May his conviction in the face of corrupted faith be praised. That one with the nightkin. You read every page, my friend. Now he bows to God. What dispatch of this nuisance? Bless you, my love. Bless you, my love. You're welcome. Allergies have been amazing since I started immunotherapy. Doing? Start with summoning. And my computer falls asleep again. Got him. The bookish behemoth has fallen, and it appears a prize was laid within his belly. Nightkin, I am the descendant of demons, a scion of tainted blood. It is for my brethren born in darkness, for the Nightkin, that I pen these words. The holy men will insist my teachings are madness, the ravings of a deranged killer, but you shall learn that I ascribe henceforth as eldritch truth, and their faith is a twisted lie.
Yes, we found it. There can be no mistake. We didn't tarry in this place. I have breathed my fill of moldy parchment.
Duty complete.
You did well in there, Peter. I've never known acquiring a book from a library to be such a strenuous endeavor. May I see the tome?
Here you go.
Yes, the author does certainly seem convinced of his demonic heritage. I can see how the clergy of the time would pass these writings off as a heretic's delusions. But the spellcraft contained within is aught but incoherent rambling. Within his memoirs, this mage has provided specific instructions on the workings of forbidden sorcery. Little wonder that Lombard spent so much of his time studying the tome's secrets. But there is more, much more. Let us return to Edelshire. Arya needs to hear this.
Sure. All right. This way.
I've just finished slogging through the last pages of Nightkin. There were truths I discovered which made it difficult to continue, but amongst a mounting sense of horror, I found hope. Thus I bid you listen until the end of my tale. I shall begin with the author himself.
And so this man who wrote the Nightkin are not merely some disturbed killer, but a mage who had mastered the arts of the ancients.
Exactly so. A century ago in Ishgard, this monster in mortal guise devoured all manner of forbidden texts and forgotten texts, teaching himself everything from red magic to Malachi summoning rituals. The secret to his seemingly inexhaustible power lies in his bloodline. He was directly descended from a Malachi Archmagus, who had ingested the lifeblood of the Void-Sent Queen Lilith. In fact, it was with this very Archmagus that the vile practice of infusing oneself with Void-Sent blood first began. I believe I told you how the Red Mages later outlawed such rituals, but the damage had already been done. Lilith's insidious energies had been passed on to the Archmagus' heirs. This clan of aether-drinking spellcasters became known as those who were born into darkness, the Nightkin. The revelation which truly shook me, however, was yet to come. I discovered that Lombard was a scion of the Nightkin clan. So quite likely you are too, Iria. The book's author was of the Cowes family, a surname shared by Lombard. With no small amount of trepidation, I determined to look once more into your family records and learned that the Cowes name is also prevalent on your mother's side. This could be no coincidence.
Are you saying that Void-Sent blood runs in my veins?
It explains your preternaturally strong affinity for black magics. When I remember that Lombard was of a similar arcane disposition, the connection is even more obvious. He had no need to ingest fiendish blood. He simply awoke the corruption which already lay waking within him. The rituals for doing so were clearly inscribed in the pages of Nightkin.
Are these rituals performed upon me too?
Again, it is doubtful considering their complex requirements. My theory is your latent talents were stirred into wakefulness quite by accident, through your induction to the ranks of the Red. I wonder, however, why the same awakening that took years for Lombard occurred so swiftly with you. An innate affinity, perhaps. Whatever the case, this unstable condition was triggered by your desire to control. Certainly explains Lombard's parting barb about the injustice of your fate. But all is not lost. There's no way to undo the curse of your lineage. The first Cowdes drew Lilith into her physical world by providing a mortal host for her soul to possess. He stood unflinching before the fiendish queen as he had summoned and forged with her a bargain of blood and darkness. Once the Archmagus had partaken of her essence, however, he entrapped her inside a heavily glyphed box. Her material form thus captured, Lilith was unable to return to her shadowy realm. It is written that her imprisonment in this plane of existence was a necessary act, lest the potency of her blood begin to wane. Do you understand what this means, Arya?
I think so. The corruption inside me will last only as long as the Void-Sent Queen remains in our world. Oh, I see. We need to find that box and banish Lilith back into the void.
Exactly right. Defeat the Void-Sent and the curse of your blood is lifted. Of course, a creature of Lilith's stature would ordinarily present a near insurmountable challenge. We are fortunate, then, that the summoners bound her essence into a feeble vessel to prevent her from manifesting her full power. Even we few should stand a chance against this lesser incarnation. Now, it appears the author succeeded in tracking down Lilith's prison, and though the book makes no mention of the event, it is entirely possible that the box passed into his possession. Our surest bet would be to follow in his footsteps. Rest and prepare, my friends. We have an exciting adventure ahead of us.
So they put Lilith inside her. That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to kill her. I think that's where this story is leading.
Uh-oh.
Poor girl. Which was, of course, what the last guy said. It was like, oh, you poor girl.
Oh my goodness.
The Castromorians, then. Okay. Repair. Hey there, Sanson.
Ah, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Norvo is an even bigger pain than Gidelet. Despite my express instructions to keep out of the garrison's way, what does he do but goes and bothers every single soldier about? Now everyone here looks at us askance. I brought a tome to record mission details, but instead I'm filling it with the names of those I must apologize to.
I'm sorry if I've caused you trouble, but it's simply more efficient if I make the inquiries myself. What a man says amounts to only half the story. How he says it gives you the rest. Besides, I felt compelled to make up for Master Gildelet. All he seems to be doing is drinking and singing.
Well, appearances can be deceiving with him. He has his own way of acquiring information. Speaking of which, I'm curious as to what he has learned. Peter, might I ask you to look around the castrum for him? I'll keep a close eye on Norval in the meantime.
Sure, I just need to find the local bar. What's up, Gildelet? Something wants to know what I know, does he? Well, might be as I've learned a thing or two, but I ain't ready to share 'em yet. Still need to clear up some details, see. And I'm not one for unfinished tales. It ain't Bardley, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Seeing as you're here, though, there is something I could use a hand with. Of late, masked bandits have been terrorizing the area. Not even Alliance soldiers are safe, it seems. The brazen bastards set on patrol just the other day. And now Twin-Adder's scout late to return, and chances are the bandits are at it again. I want you to go and check things out. I'd go myself, but I need to keep an eye out for our friend Norval. He's been acting queer since we got here. You think so? There'll be more to tell later, but for now you'd best be on your way. The soldier was bound for Schism, the ruins to the northeast of here. Oh goodness, that's not good. What are these masked archers? Thank you. They fell upon me with nary warning. They knew I was coming. We also have patrol routes on a regular basis, but they knew. What's more, it was as though they were barring my way. But now is not the time for speculation. I must take word of this back to my superiors. My thanks again, friend. Well, apparently these people set upon someone. They knew he was coming. Were trying to bar his way. There you are, Pieter. So what happened? Was it bandits after all? Something like that.
Masked bandits in the area, and you had an encounter with them? Oh, thank the matron you did not come to harm. Gildelet, why did you not see fit to share this with us?
Aye, well, I knew it was nothing. Pieter couldn't handle alone. Besides, I had some business of my own. Someone to keep an eye on. Cannot imagine who that might be. Master Gildelet, I owe you an apology. I'd assumed in air that you were not doing your work. Unorthodox though your methods may be, there's no doubting their efficacy. Ain't no trick to what I do. Everyone's got their song that's close to their hearts. With a bit of camaraderie in the cups, they'll tell you what it is. Then I strum them their song over a heart-to-heart, that's all. Thanks to Gildelet, we were able to learn of their recent incidents. So I ask you, will you not have a little faith in us? I'm not certain I understand. Look, Norval, we made a stop here at your request, that we might gather information for our search. Now, once did you tell us what it is we should look for? But now we have more than a solid grasp of the region beyond. What should we do next? Oh, my. Did I neglect to tell you? My profoundest apologies. The tome we seek, it is said to rest at a place connected with Gilbard, the general who led the Alamegan forces during the Autumn War. Oh, now that you mention it, the masked bandits appeared on the way to Schism. The Gilbard was a known devotee of the Fist of Ralgar. Just taking a wild stab here, but might be there after that tome. An unsettling notion. Should that be the case, we haven't any time to waste. I'll go and make some inquiries immediately. What? I didn't give you permission. Leave him. There's something you two need to know. I got this from a soldier, but Norval's been sneaking around the castrum while our backs are turned. Master's been acting right fishy since we got here, and he tensed up good when the subject of a masked bandit came up.
Whatever his true motives may be, we must bring them to light. Rather than reel him in, let us give him some line to act. There's no telling what Norval will do next. While we keep watch, please see that you're ready to deal with anything.
Indeed. All right. Well, let's go to Kojin and Namazu then.
Well, we'll go via the Doban Enclave.
Same thing when we turn in there. Expensive. As is that. As is that. And that. Okay. Dang it. Okay, well, let's start over. Thank you for your contribution. We pray you'll favor us with your generosity in the future as well. Alright, so from here. Let's go to Tamamuzi. What's up, Kabuto?
Yet, might I ask a favor of you? I recently acquired a suit of armor. It was heavily worn and thus required repairs. I have entrusted a smith in Kagane with its restoration. I would go alone to retrieve it, but I worry about the voyage. Twice now the Red Kojin have interfered with our plans. I fear they will strike again. If they do, he needs your help. His condition is yet to improve, and we can discuss that later. Come, let us make for Kagane.
So click on A then. Let's try first. Let's see what we can do with the markets before we do any of that. I trust this is worth my while. Alright, time for Pier 1. We'll check the imports. Good, you're here. It would seem the Forge has entrusted Shahumir with my armor. A curious twist of fate, no?
Oh, Peter. Ah, what a pleasant surprise. It's good to see you again. So good.
And a pleasure to see you again as well.
Oh, my word, it talked.
Ah, of course. You've not been properly introduced. I am Kami, brought forth from the treasure vault in Tamamazu.
I've read everything I could about the Kojin and the belief since we parted ways. The textbook of Kami that could inherit the treasures of their keep. I never imagined them to be real.
Well, as you can see, they're more than mere stories. Ahem. But that is not why you are here. We've come to inquire about the armor we entrusted you for repairs.
Oh, yes, of course. As a fledgling craftsman, I pour my heart into all my work, and this armor was no exception. But I've already delivered it to Hell's Lid as instructed in your letter.
Letter? We sent no letter. This must be the work of the Red Kojin.
Oh, no. Is there anything we can do?
No need to fear. We need only stop them before they...
Oh, dear. He seems to have stopped.
Must retrieve armor.
Has Muka always behaved so strangely?
Only for the past few moons. You think we can fix him? I'd rather he stay with you rather than Peter and I face the Red Kojin.
You ungrateful.
To face them is to face death. You would only slow us down.
Arrogant, thick-shelled.
Please calm yourself, Tamuko. Kabuto only means you to keep you from harm. By the time he returns, I promise you'll be as good as new. Come, Peter. We must hurry to Hell's Lid and intercept the delivery before it reaches the Red.
Of course.
I just want to do a triple triad for our towns real quick. I'd be delighted for a chance to hone my skills. Rounds of triple triad often serve as a precursor to negotiations of Eorzean clients, so I'm no stranger to the game. Swap chaos. Oh yes.
We win.
Yay!
Wootage. That's somewhat unexpected. I admit I would often intentionally lose to clients to keep them malleable. However, client, you're not, and your win was entirely deserved. All right. All right. Neighbors and buddies. Thank the gods you came when you did. Those roadshow bastards nearly made off this here package. I'm afraid this delivery was a trap of their creation. This armor is mine, you see, and I made no request to have it delivered, only to have it repaired by the armorer in Kagane. But as it is here, and the repairs are complete, I would be more than happy to relieve you of your duty. You're kidding. Well, if it means I don't have to lug this crate back, by all means. I wouldn't stay here long, though. These red Kojin could show up at any moment.
That's at stage left.
Indeed. For a blessing, we have foiled their plans, and the courier was unharmed. Still, I find it strange the red Kojin knew of this armor. Incompetent, a lot of them. I suppose I'll have to handle this myself.
Well, well, if it isn't the cowardly Kojin of Yansha, have you come to beg then?
You cannot have this armor, Harumaki. It belongs to the blue.
Why should I concern myself with that piece of scrap when you've already given us so much? Defeating you here and taking it would be simple enough. We never dreamed you'd leave it to Kagane for us.
Yes, it's truly a gift of the divine. Smuko, but how? If you'd have the doll returned, the blue Kojin will serve. Your obedience will grant you access to the vault. You would have us debase yourself. You'd have us debase ourselves for you, barter with blood and blade as you do. Never. I suppose you mean to take this back with a fair trade. Your pretty words are biting off but a quick death.
We'll be waiting for you at the Isle of Zeki.
Come and serve, or die. These choices are yours. The red often deals in lies and deception. That vase is likely empty. But if what they say is true, Shamume may have come to harm. Would you go and check on her? I would deliver this armor home and see to the truth of Harumuki's threats. Sure. Yep.
Down to Pier 1. That's one does Pier. I should be done with the stream after I get done with another couple of Beast Tribe quests. Oh, Pieter, if only you returned sooner.
Sorry.
So it's true then, the Red Kojin have Sumoku? I'm afraid so. They came not long after you left. There was nothing I could do. I know how much it meant. Not until you reached around. We're good.
Okay.
I know how much it meant to Kabuto, and yet I failed him when he needed me the most.
You need not worry. All that matters is you are safe. What's more, we recovered the armor.
Kabuto, I'm sorry to have caused you so much worry. Were you able to save Samuko?
Unfortunately, no. Harumaki's force has overwhelmed me. We made his escape. But we know why they're keeping him. I promise you, we will get him back.
If you'll stand against them, I'll furnish you with any arms and armor you require. It's the least I can do.
I would be honored, as would my brothers, if you'd have the Blue Kojin as patrons henceforth.
Well, yes, of course. I only wish to be able to repair poor Samuko. When he is safely returned, I promise I'll do all I can to fix him.
Thank you, Shimune. Pieter, meet me in Samamizu. I will discuss strategy with you.
Sure.
I told Shimamue that what she needed to hear, but I know you understand the hardships before us. My people know little of the ways of war, and our numbers are few. Failure is assured if we face the Red head on.
We will have to at least try.
Easier said than done, my friend. Kabuto, I heard from the others. How could you let them take Sumute away from you? Elder, you were just planning a strategy to rescue him. I thought it best if Pieter and I sneak in and say nothing to the rest of the Divine Circle, those who look to you for guidance. Well, now's not the time for false bravado. If you would go to the Isle of Zeki and face the Red, you'll not do so alone. You must speak with the Divine Circle, no, with all of the Blue. Sound a call to arms and lead them into battle. Lead the Blue into battle. If that's the Elder's wish, then I fear I have no choice.
The Forge of Kugane has accepted the Blue Kojin as patrons, and has repaired the armor that now rests in the treasure vault.
Reputation up.
My reputation is now honored for the Kojin. New Kojin tribal daily quests are now available from Zukin at Tamamizu. Furthermore, you'll be able to do some more missions, blah, blah, blah. The Kojin is divine. So I think we're nearing the end of the Kojin quests, actually. So Namazu would be in Doryoro. Ugh. Hi, Kitty. I'm just trying to get my computer up so I can watch Lestrade. Make sure it's all working properly. Okay. Hi, Kitty. He is very purry right now.
Peter, once more I would consult with you on festival matters. Issues of dire import. Stay right there. The parade was most delightful. So fun it was, almost scary, yes. I paraded with such enthusiasm that I eventually lost all sense of time, all awareness of day and night, and when I came to, I was unconscious. I don't think that's how that works. No. Just imagine my shock when I saw my greatest grandsire before me once again. Then it was when I realized I was asleep, dreaming. And now we must endure several sentences worth of warnings regarding inevitable annihilation of Namazu, correct? Entirely lacking in plot development, each iteration of this story is no different from the last. Were this a work of fiction, I would hurl it to the nearest river. However, never shall I be claimed that Sagetsu the Enlightened lacks foresight. Having observed these events repeat themselves once, I naturally prepared for another instance. Now festivals are culture made manifest, and as posited in The Rise and Fall of Civilization, Volume 6, culture spreads. Cultural knowledge is disseminated via migration and commerce, and that knowledge takes roots as all new elements in foreign cultures. I see you moving to interject, Joshin. Close your gaping maw for a few more moments, and yes, I shall condense my conclusion to 3 sentences or fewer. Gasp. Our forebears' festival took place many hundreds of years ago. Contemporary nomads doubtless witnessed that event. They must have incorporated knowledge of it into their own cultures. Go forth, Gyoshin. Pay a visit to the Shayla and learn what traditions they keep, that you may return well with a wealth of ideas as to what our own festivals lack. Is it Mears' enthusiasm a bit much? Anyway, I would very much like to call upon the Shayla, but there is an issue of being skewered or being steamed in booze. Though considerably less if you accompany me, yes. Let us start with the least likely to skewer. Introduce me to the most friendly amongst them all, and I will inquire about their traditions.
Have a guest accepted. I know, Kitty. Yes. Yes, you need my love. I understand. This love cannot wait. It needs to happen right now. I get it. Demandacat is demanding. At least I get good music. Hi, Kitty. You're just all purrs, aren't you? Nothing but purr. Oh. You are so needy. Catfish booze.
I can nearly taste it. Oh, Peter, what can I do for you? Yeah, this one is actually alive. I mean, it's like sentient, so please don't eat him. Oh, is that so? I'm glad to speak to you about our festival traditions, if you believe such knowledge might be of use to you. In our tribe, children of a certain age participate in a ceremonial race through the grasslands on horseback. For nomadic people, such as ourselves, horses are not only vital to our mobility and livelihood, they're also like family. We tend to those dear companions with the utmost care. The speed of the horses and the skill of the small children who guide them, those are who we offer the gods. No, those are what we offer the gods. We don't offer the children. Anyway, how will we show our gratitude for the riches of the land we are so blessed to live upon?
I would never have expected a festival to take the form of a horse race. No, but it is most intriguing. Thank you for your insight. You're also acquainted with the Oranir, yes? To the Dawn Throne.
Yeah, you're totally getting eaten by those guys. Come to pay your respects, have you? I hope you're not so foolish as to have brought a bloated creature as a gift. Oh no, this is not a gift at all. You believe I can be of service to you? I suppose I could spare a few moments to enlighten you, though I do not expect you to comprehend the splendor and significance of Oraniri tradition. The Oranir's most sacred custom is a tournament, which we determine who amongst us is the best and most and least worthy to lead. It's a contest, which pits brother against brother in the traditional art of Azimbok. In this way, we demonstrate our strength of the tribe and of Father Yuzim. Were the opportunity to arise, Kagan, I expect you to conduct yourself well in the tournament. The malformed fisherman, however, would be put flat on his back in the space of a breath.
Why, I never. That sort of contact will win you no friends, nor bring you any luck with the ladies. No. Still, I suppose you did divulge a tradition of some interest, and so I'm grateful to you. A little. Not really, though.
I would like to speak with the Dothral. Sorry.
I would like to speak with the Dothral before we return. It goes without saying that you must be there to prevent any untoward consumption of my flesh. Yes?
Naturally. Like with the ladies. What does the fishman know of such matters? Nothing. Nothing at all. Yeah, but you do have trouble with the ladies. Oh, well, whatever. I believe I just got run over by a car. Wait, that was the wrong voice. I believe I just got ran over by a car. That was the right voice. Such great music here. I'm going to talk to Smiling Lady and have her try to eat my friend. It's so funny that her name is Sadu, and she always looks Gladu. You! This Chun Chulu yours? Speak and stare vexes me. Yeah, he's asking questions about traditions. I see. So they are the ones who claimed Doriel Road for this festival, and they seek knowledge of our traditions for this end? Very well. They are no threat, so there's no risk. The Dothral are warriors and hunters both. Those born of this world could not survive otherwise. Thus we do use archery and demonstrate to the Dusk Mother that we are worthy of her legacy. We loose arrows at distant targets in the contest of truest aim. That is our tradition, simple as it is.
A festival, like a game. How interesting. This has been most illuminating, yes. Yes. I think that's enough mortal peril for one day. We have sufficient information to get started. Let us return to our hero.
I gotta beat this guy first. Hold on. A Master Triple Triad. That's a fine idea. I only began playing a short while ago, but I will not hold me back. Will not let that hold me back. That's what I was going to say. Right, let's go. Chaos. Huzzah! Now, the taste of defeat is new to me. I'll ensure this does not happen again. Got a mammoth card. Huzzah! Alright. Let's see. And no different than before. Okay, that's fine. Alright, well, head up and get this other thing done, and I believe we have the two places that we need to go in the World of Light. Get those beast tribes advanced, and then I think that's it. Like I said, a lot shorter than yesterday, or than last Saturdays. And of course, I won't be able to for the next 2 Saturdays.
I'm pleased to see you whole. Yes, yes. What did you learn? Many, many things. Between horse races, as in bulk and archery, the Shayla festivals are most competitive, quite fierce. Unsurprising, given the nature of the Nadam. Without structured competitions, I dare say the Shayla would struggle to contain their base aggressive instincts. Their savagery would doubtless drive them to extinction, be it through internal or external conflicts. I should like to indulge in further anthropological research, but I suppose your findings are sufficient for us to proceed. In essence, it seems that successful festivals involve engaging activities. We will require many if we are to entertain all 777 participants. Yes, yes, it'll be quite an undertaking, a massive task, acquiring division of labor. But if Gyoré handles horse racing, you host a Bahaz and bulk tournament, and myself and Pieter arrange for archery, we'll have 3 wholesome activities for attendees to enjoy. As you wish, although I'm loath to deprive you of any insight. I must work from the pavilion for further access to my research materials if I'm to learn the rules of Azembulk to their entirety. I advise you all to think twice or thrice about any ideas you may have in my absence, especially Kyoshin. Rude. Anyway, you can climb a line. You can craft a limb decoration fit for a ceremonial bow, yes. Yes. I've stuffed all the materials in the crate in advance. Open it with care. Simply turn what you would have over to me when finished, and I have to complete the project most swiftly, with promptness.
Oh, sure, of course. Synthesize a set of ceremonial bow components. See if there's a cornucopia of crafting materials and retrieve all you require.
And we grab the ceremonial components, and we will now head this way.
Bows and arrows require more pieces than I expected. Yes, I am pleased to have such a challenge.
Here you go.
Thank you. I can craft a suitably ceremonial bow and arrows with this. I also have something to show you. I constructed it while awaiting your return.
And what was?
A most sturdy yet intricate target in which to aim. You love it, yes? Yes. Our craftsmanship is impressive. As always, yes. But should it not stand up on its own? No, I suppose I have absorbed the design and completely, utterly forgot to make a stand. Yes. Kyoshin, has it never occurred to you that your difficulties are of your own making? Honestly, it would be more efficient to employ you to hold the target. I do not trust your motives for making that suggestion. No. I assure you, your concern is unfounded. We need but assign the infallible Piotr the role of marksman for you to emerge uninjured. Yes, I dare say.
Yeah, sure, I can hit that target.
Assume your positions, Piotr. You may collect the ceremonial bow and arrows from Yurei beyond the pavilion.
Okay, sure.
Got a bad feeling about this.
Hey there, Yurei.
It's the perfect cure for Gyoshin's carelessness. Yes, he is most full of cares now.
He would be.
Here are your ceremonial bow and arrows. Take aim at the target Gyoshin holds and fire away.
Archery event has begun. Take aim at Kyoshin's target. Zoom and avoid accidents, and fire with R and X. Failed. Killed him.
That arrowhead is most piercing. Sign of quality craftsmanship. Yes. Again, I'm confident that you two will get the hang of it with another shot or two. It's a perfect cure for Gyoshin's carelessness. Yes, he's most full of cares now. Here, your ceremonial bow and arrows. Take aim at Gyoshin's target holds and fire away.
Hit the Namazu target. Better when you have a target in front of you.
Wow, your aim is dead on. Impeccable. Can I leave now? Being on the business end of an arrow has never been an aspiration of mine. Not one of my goals in life. No. Still, I am quite confident we are prepared to host archery contests like this frightening death all ladies described. Attendees will be delighted by the complete and total accuracy of our reproduction. Yes. Now, let us see if the other two activities are ready.
Yes.
Working side by side with the Namazu, you successfully incorporated Showa traditions into the festival. The horse racing, Azumbok, and archery competitions are now open to attendees. I still don't know what Azumbok even is. 7 years, the Namazu were fated to become the primary source of sustenance for starving Shayla, who would face food shortages after a short cold snap. Many would have died. However, continuous practice of a nomadic tradition festivals over the course of 7 years will promote mutual understanding between the Namazu and Shayla, averting the slaughter. Unbeknownst to all, the Namazu will be spared a grievous tragedy that would have consumed them, and their fate continues to change for the better. How silly. Reputation up. 777. Reputation has increased to honored. We achieved an honored reputation with the Namazu. New Namazu daily terrible quests are now available from Seketsu the Enlightened at Daro-Iro. Furthermore, you'll be able to undertake 3 additional quests from Seketsu the Enlightened as a reputation bonus. This bonus is available until the daily reset time for travel quests. Blah, 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 blah. Fish to fry 3. So only we have the Qatari left, actually. Oh wait, no, we have all this stuff to do in city. I forgot all about all that. The Crystarium. Have to be a culinarian for this one, right? To make order of deliveries, you need to be a culinarian.
Really shouldn't sneak up on me like that. It wouldn't do to leave the Crystarium tomorrow without their veterinarian. But since you're here, would you care to join me on a trip to the rookery? I think you'll be happy to see how Skip's condition has improved.
Sure.
He's not yet able to fly, but it's quite a relief to see him walking again. Indeed, we need to keep a close eye on him and adjust his diet as his condition improves. Speaking of which, Skip, it's time to eat. Still wary, I see. He refuses to eat anything unless I have one or... He refuses to eat anything unless I have what... He refuses to eat anything unless I or one of the stable hands tastes it first. It's all right, Skip. Peter prepared this especially for you. Huzzah. That's the way. Keep eating like that, and you'll be able to build back your strength in no time at all. Not that his heart can be so easily mended. In light of his ordeal, I can understand his apprehension of the approach of other stable hands, but even the presence of other Amara will leave him in a panic. It'd be foolish to return him to the wild in his present state, but to continue caring for him here would prove no less difficult for him. Every day I feed him, I tend to his wounds, yet he refuses so much as a glance in my direction. What's this? He'll allow you to gaze upon those limpid pools of raven black? Could it be he's finally ready to open his heart to us? To me? Come, Skip. Let's show Peter the true strength of our friendship. Well, it seems at least he's regained the spring in his step. Perhaps you should return to the mean. There's still more work to be done.
Sure.
suspect you hear this quite often, but I cannot thank you enough for all of your help. Were it in my power, I'd hire you as my personal apothecary. I could finally rest easy knowing the MRO finally had quality fare. That's not to say we failed to take good care of him, mind you, but there's no denying the fruits of your work. As a matter of fact, your supplements have already done wonders for Skip's stomach. His appetite has returned and his bowel function is markedly improved, which is why I believe it's time to move to the next stage of his treatment. Having rested for so long, I suspect Skip's muscles suffer from some degree of atrophy, which is why I need you to create a new supplement to help strengthen his muscles. Are you up to the challenge? Oh yeah, sure, I can do that.
Crystarium delivery commenced. Crystarium delivery for Bethrick has been updated.
Shouldn't be long before Skip is fit to fly again, and your supplements will help him recover that much faster.
Fortifying soup. Alright, let me write these down. There's going to be several of these. I'll be doing them off stream. I won't be doing those here. I just prepare them. I need 6 sets of 3. Fortifying soup.
Okay.
Megafauna trace. I believe that I'm going to need that.
Ray, in order to make deliveries, you must read Honor a Botanist. Oh, but let me do that then.
Ah, Peter, I was hoping you'd come by. I have a favor to ask of you. I've been pondering a recent episode in El Mig, where the Samil vanished and suddenly it appeared. However it managed to do that, I believe that is the key to its elusiveness. While I have my theories, the little shred of skin you found us isn't enough to draw a decisive conclusion, to which we need more specimens, Peter, as many as you can find.
What do you need?
So based on your and Mao Lad's accounts, we can confirm the creature is akin to a lizard, albeit massive. From this we may assume it sheds its skin by rubbing off the outer layer a little at a time. Having accomplished this exhausting task, it then gorges on food to regain its strength. Combining this assumption with our knowledge of the creature's migraines, that this creature migrates in search of lush vegetation, we can ascertain we'll most likely find its skin. That is, in Raktika, the luscious forest in all of Novrot. If I were suddenly looking to have a feast, that is where I would take myself. Capable of captain as you are, even the secluded domain of the bees ought to pose no obstacle to you. And this brings us to your next task. Set forth for Raktika, my friend, to the blind forest of Himaha, and gather the Samil skin. Though the skin the creature is shed with, we will shed light on the creature through the whatever. Crystarium delivery commenced. Crystarium deliveries list for Keshray have been updated. How to behold the Samil with my own eyes, the skin, my friend. You must bring us more shreds of the creature's skin from the blind forest of Himaha to Raktika. Blessed I've asked for shreds of skin, you've brought me a veritable tapestry. This will tell us many a tale about its owner. So 3. 9 shreds of skin. Two so far. All right. We're going to make deliveries. You must be either carpenter, leatherworker, or weaver. Leatherworker it is.
So with regards to the loot,
Following analysis, we've determined the materials we require for the instrument's restoration. Well, as best we could, at any rate. We'll see, being a gift of the Exarch, it likely hails from a mysterious homeland. As a result, it matches no loot of any culture or era I could find information on. Its shape is subtly different, as are some of the materials used. For these, we'll have to make our best approximation.
It is unlikely to produce the desired blockage. Detect.
Right then, let's begin. As usual, I ask you crafting materials we need. Sure, I can do that. Mark my words, Peter, we'll succeed yet. We'll make Oswald see the true words of restoration. True worth of restoration. Help me. Help.
Shrimp delivery commenced. Shrimp deliveries for Theona have been updated.
In order to stabilize the material, we'll need this and oh, greetings, Pietro.
Loot repair materials. Okay, well...
Let's see
if we can do Dancer.
I kind of feel like we should be able to. It's over here, isn't it?
We can. All right.
Hey there, Olbara. I'm sure a talented man like yourself is needed all over the realm, and so I thank you for sparing a moment to hear me out. Since you two parted ways, Reek has come to me, visiting several times. Though he is in blessedly good health, I worry for his spirits. I think you may have been the only friend he's had for some time. I considered journeying to the Crystarium myself to look in after him, but I find it rather difficult to travel these days. If you would go in my stead, I would put my heart at ease. Sure. Yeah, 78.
Dancer's the only one that's at that level.
just to verify. Nope. I sure can. Well, oh crap, let's do it.
Lally-ho. I'd ask if you're here for a drink, but I know you aren't. You've got that serious look about you, as usual. I've got my usual look here, too. My 5th round of it, in fact.
Yes, it's good to know that you're drinking well.
Why so few, you ask? Why, I stepped away for a while to do some research, but that Morin bloke kicked me right out of the cabinet of curiosity, and then he banned me for life. Spilled just a wee bit of meat on the books and he chases you out with the fury of 1,000 floods. That man could use a drink, if you ask me.
Indeed.
What's that glare for? Don't tell me you're siding with him over me. We're supposed to be partners. And after I worked so hard to find this new information on the saucerflame. I drank so much. Sat with those dusty tomes. Not only one, but both of my buttocks went numb.
So did you find anything?
You know, after what I went through at the cabinet, your complete refusal to acknowledge anything I do is kind of comforting, actually. Anyway, I did get some new information about a reliable source, a drinking buddy of mine. Sassafrine is seen recently in the Raktika Greatwood. If we do some of our signature eater slaying in the forest, there's a chance we'll draw it out. I figured that sitting around thinking is getting us nowhere, and research can only take us so far, so why not? Maybe fighting it together will teach us something we couldn't learn otherwise. We'll kill it, and the two of us should be more than capable of getting a few whacks in and making an escape. I found it before I came away fine, mostly. And so that's the plan. Meet me at Slitherbow, and we'll go up pummeling.
Sure. Quest accepted. Alright. Let's continue with dancing. Was this guy around here or not? The Reek's customary seat is empty. There's nothing to suggest he's occupied it recently. Perhaps someone will have noted his passing. Hey there, care for a game of Gwent? Double trade? Why, yes, I certainly am partial to game being between pouring drinks. It's all the rage amongst our customers. You're remiss of me not to learn how to play it myself. Blue wins. Hooray. You learned last. You've taught me a valuable lesson. My next opponent had best be careful. Now let's see who else talks to this guy. The troubled mage. Calusia, right? Oh, Luik's partner. It was Librand, remember? Was I out of stress? Was out of stress. Because after we left you, we headed straight to Raktika. We'd heard a rumor Adrea was there, and Librand wanted to strike while the iron was hot. By the time we realized we were outmatched, it was too late. I saw Librand fall, and when the Eater set her sights on the others, I fled. Call me a coward if you like, but my cowardice saved my life. Wicked White. I still remember looking back as I ran, and seeing Librand rise to his feet. I told everyone what had happened, to warn them off the hunt. And some listened, but a few bloody fools took up their weapons and joined the hunt. Very hungry imbeciles. Not one of them has returned. Didn't expect Luik to be one of them either. I remember thinking it odd, especially when I saw him leave for Raktika alone. You're meeting him there, I presume. Good luck, friend. I've no doubt that you're going to your doom.
Looking for Master Reek, are we? I dare say you're the only one. Word is Mummy and Daddy cut him off. There's no point in pretending you like that little shite anymore. Last I heard, the last I saw him, he was moping about like someone had shot his Amaro. I'm sure he'll turn up eventually.
Larik, the Mr. Lordling. If he ain't sat at his usual table, then I have no idea where else to look. All right. Let's do Lost and Found real quick. Yeah, it was right there. Hey, Gyat.
There you are. I didn't mention it earlier, but I've been here looking for such a friend before. I know most everyone in Slitherbow, actually. Sure, they seem an odd lot at first, over the worshipping the darkness and all, but once you get to know them, share a few drinks, they're not bad folk. Make a fine wine, too. Shame you can't get it anywhere else. Anyhow, they've been helping me out while I enjoy the local spirits. Seems that Sassafrin's shown itself in the blind forest of Hermea, east of here. Let's get out there and slay a few sin eaters each, like we did before. See if that brings it out to us.
East, huh? Let's do it. This is beautiful music. And of course, there's Lahi to consider. We don't have it right now, though. Okay, work. Work done you. There we go. Hi, kitty. Oh boy, yes. There's the destination over there. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. Why is nothing working? I was hitting the wrong button, that's why. Okay. Take that one and I'll take this one. About 3.
Love having a chocobo with me. Be one over there. That's going to be especially dangerous. Probably. Maybe. A bit. Ish. God actually took someone down? Good for you. Why not you with us? Right, that looks good. Maybe take that creature out before you have a conversation with someone. Right, that looks good. Well, not good, but you take my meaning. Now, we settle in and hope that Sessafrine's feeling charitable today. Sure, let's do it. Where is it? I'm nearly out of wine. Oh, there. Don't forget, we still need to find out how it does what it does, so make sure you're watching, not just walloping. I'll probably have some kind of vision. Watch closely. Wait for it. There. Why didn't it fix the other one, though? Well, it makes our lives easier, I guess. Charge. Give him a shame. That ain't no match for us. Now for sophistry. Oh, shite. How does it do that so fast? Right, divide and conquer. You, right, to conquer them, you take second. Working. Keep at it. Ha! Take that, you. What? Did we do it? Of course not. Healing magic is so annoying. No offense intended. Oh, my head. Oh, Peter, not again. So this is the Guardian. You excited it, Lamet?
Yes, of course. I've come this far. I will claim the legacy of Runka.
And here we go. With Lamet's battle in pursuit of ancient secrets. Follow your lead, Lamet. Busy. I'm going to fix this. Much better. Now I take my revenge. Nicely done, everyone. I know it's coming, but it can't be good. Glory healing before it's too late. Glory heal, I think I might. You did it. I'm alright. Statues. They're moving. Draw their focus. Meanwhile, no more, just keep them in one place. Something like that. Did I get you yet? Follow them. Now finish this. Coming for you, Lamet. Come here. Close. Everything there you got. Duty complete. Everyone all right? Seems that way. All's well. Now let's get what we came for. The last restorative magic of Ranka. Can you sense the power in it? Yes, there can be no mistake, Sylvia. This is it. And my only path is forward. Wise Guardian, in the name of the Royal House of Ranka, I implore you, grant me your knowledge. Meet.
I did it. The spell is mine at long last. I can save my sister. And you will. We'll meet up at Brandon and Nilbert, and then we'll see you home.
Mm-hmm.
Hey. Oh, he of inferior beardiness. Eggface. Hobson, get it together for stone's sake. You know, my beard is real. Seeing into the past with a nice trick and all, but could you maybe, I don't know, wait until we're not in mortal peril next time? Driving Sisyphine away without pulverizing you in the bargain was no mean feat. If I weren't, well, me, we'd both be dead right about now. Sorry, I was having a dream. I hope you learned something worth the trouble, at least.
Oh, yeah, I was totally tripping balls.
So, Lemmy was after a spell from old Ranka. That could be the secret to Sosephine's power. But it's hard to know for sure. Whatever Lemmy did to pry those secrets out of the ruins was right complicated, by the sound of it. It took the power with her.
Mm-hmm.
We need to think on how we can confirm what you saw. Maybe find out what the magic actually does. Yes, over a nice mug of ale. No, mead. No, ale first, then mead. Okay, dancer time. Well, the sun's about to rise. Got about an hour of Eorzea time left. And then it'll become Lahi Land yet again. Hey there, Lyric. Need any help? It was kind of hard tracking you down. Hello. Welcome, Bruni. Peter, why are you here? Don't tell me you came for me. It's terrible, horrible. Andrea, she's... Oh, my head. Renderay, if one of you remains, then hearken unto my words. I have come to slay your soul to rest, alone as you faced Balam Rukitz a century ago on this very ground. Lambert? Oh, gods, no. Turned the whole team. Don't tell me you beheld a vision of my past just now, didn't you? totally did. I thought as much. Wasn't but a moment ago I confronted them. Usually awfully useful, that trick of yours. Although I can't understand why you kept using it every time you ran into Andrea. I can't control when it happens. It just does. Huh? So it wasn't something you did deliberately? Huh, that's good to know. Anyway, unintentional or not, at least I won't have to convince you of what I saw. She's turned Libra and the other hunters into sin-eaters like herself. A Hugh Maxman, a Gelhert swordsman, a dwarven healer, an elven mage. Looked awfully familiar, didn't it? She's rebuilding her fellowship. She's remaking the Warriors of Light. But for the life of me, I cannot understand why. I mean, I understand why she came here in the first place. She's reliving her hunt for Balam Keats. But when Ray slew the beast by herself, the stories were very clear about that. No, she had hope for her friends. I saw it in the vision. What? They were there too. The stories were wrong? God strike me down. I've been such a fool. Why did I even think I could do this alone? I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me for all the things I said, Pieter. I've regretted my behavior ever since the day we parted ways. It was stupid and nonsensical and utterly pointless. I'm not sure I could even tell you why I did what I did. It's fine. It's water under the bridge. We're pals, aren't we? Thank you, my friend. I hope it's all right if I can call you that. Absolutely. Right then. Andrea should be around here somewhere. Still in the hunt for Balam Keats, I expect. Not that she'll ever find it. No doubt Librand and the others were with her too. He and I may have had our differences, but I'd not wish that fate on my worst enemy. He deserves to be laid to rest. They all do. Renere most of all. She was my hero. And I have to kill her to save her soul, then so be it. But if it's not too much for even the best hunter to handle alone, then I'm far from the best. The only way to see this through is together. You and me, my friend. What say you? Let's get her. I ask for a word and you give me a nod. Fair enough. Before we resume the hunt in earnest, though, let us return to Gatetown and meet Miss Alvara. Let her know that all is well. After all, you wouldn't have come unless she sent you. And there it is. Lahi. Alright, so we'll head here first. Yes, the world of Lahi. Yep. Right before you showed up, I was commenting about that. I was like, man, I can't think of anything else anymore. Nothing goes down so well after a fight than ale. Ain't no higher truth in this world than that. Don't give me one of those, oh, there goes yacht waxing philosophical about the ale again, eyes. I'm doing this for your own good. It's plain you never had a proper education. It's like this. You pick the right booze for the right job. You got your ale for before and after fights, of course, but you've also got mead for reading and wine for singing and your hard liquor for those times when you need to tell some Hobson to go stick his head in the forge. Me, I'll be switching to the mead. I think I might go find something about what happened to Lanit's sister if I look through my village's old annals. And hopefully I can get my hands on some historical records and Ranka. More and be damned. I don't know what you'll be getting yourself into while I'm at it, but you best make sure you have the right drink for the job. I'll let you know when I've got something worth pursuing.
All right. And that's one thing that I need. Looking to see if there's any good white gear I can pick up. White mage gear. Armor. Nothing there, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Okay, nothing. Bronze merchant. Nope. Okay. Well, it was worth pursuing. All right, fair enough. So dancer, and we'll head to Calusa again. I think white is closer. All right.
Pieter, what a pleasure to see you again, and in the company of little Reek, no less. Am I right in assuming you've patched things up?
I should like to think so, yes. And it's all thanks to you. Had you not implored him to give me another chance, I might still be sitting there alone in the swamps, dwelling on my myriad failings. And you, my friend, I know not why you sought her out on your own, but I am glad you did. Miss Ulvar is perhaps the only person who truly cares for my well-being, and that she has no one to look after her.
Oh, don't be silly, Reek. I have you, don't I? And before you start blabbering about how you wish we could properly reward Pieter, as I can tell you're about it, then know what I've prepared a hearty meal just for him.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you. Nevertheless, I shall see you both duly compensated once we've claimed the bounty for Andrea. And claim it we shall, for united, Reek and Pieter are unstoppable. That's what I'd like to say, but I know my own limitations better than anyone. It will be prudent to make proper preparations at this juncture. You too should see to it that you're ready for the struggle ahead. It'll be a mighty one indeed, and one well worth the effort, my friend.
Sure. All right. Oh. Okay. I guess I'll harvest this. I wasn't trying to do that. I was just setting up to go back to the last Beast Tribe quest I had to do. So we'll pick this up, get the last Beast Tribe quest, and then I think I'll actually go also grab the Megafauna evidence. And I think that'll probably be it for now. Verified White Oak log, huh? Okay. Back to Lahi Land. Wait, not there. I want Fano. Kakura Holtel's eyes eagerly dart about the caves and Hopel's stubble.
Good madam. It was madam, wasn't it? Mother tells me you've been working your tail off around the stopple. Is that why I can't see your tail, perhaps? Anyhow, thanks to you. Father says we'll be ready to begin the X-vacation. Is that what we're so excited about? Carl, you must remember to remain calm and composed. These caves are vast, their tunnels burrowing deep in the bowels of the land. Slow, steady, and circumscript is the order of the day. As we speak, a preliminary exploration team is surveying the tunnels to determine where we might best begin the excavation. We'll await their findings before deciding on the best way to move forward. Understood, Father. I promise to be circumscript. Does that mean we can begin digging already? Toral Manal, what news from the depths? Digmaster Godal, I fear we've encountered something rather unexpected. I fear we may not be able to commence the excavation effort as quickly as we had hoped. We can't start digging, but why? What did we find down there? No sooner had we stopped through the entrance, our whiskers twitching in anticipation of the wonders that awaited, did we see them, the nasty creatures swarming in every nook and cranny of the caves. A most troubling development indeed. We Qitari are scribes, not warriors. Indeed, it was a presence of fearsome fiends and worse, blocking our way through the rabble that kept us trapped for 100 years. Are we doomed to suffer a similar fate here?
It did defeat the Light Warden, you know.
Well, now I have Ronka and Bringer of Night would fell these terrible beasts for us. I would like little more than to take advantage of your kindness, but I fear there is a rub. A rub? A rub. In our preliminary explorations of the stopple, we have discovered that another ward seals off the tunnels below. A ward not unlike the ones that barred the entrance, but one notable and unfortunate difference. It's a ward impassable but all but the servants of Dulan, namely the Qitari. No, I fear we'll have to find our own way to dispatch the beasts that have burrowed their ways into the depths. But without some of Pieter's aid, they'll be chewed up the moment we step in there, tails and whiskers and all. Scree!
The Great Serpent returns.
The Great Serpent, it speaks. Indeed, and yet it does not move. Until now we've only had to follow where it goes. This time it appears we must fully grasp the import of its message. A message which sadly is beyond my comprehension. If only there was someone who, of course, the son of Dwaddle. The son of... Oh, you mean the tall fellow who likes to wave his arms in the air when he talks? The very same. It appears we will require your assistance once more. Might you be so kind as to see my boy safely to Citadel, where I summon the fourth force?
Oh yeah, sure, I can do that.
Would you kindly, Peter? Father and I would appreciate it ever so muchly and more. Now, let's come along, Great Serpent.
Hop, 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 hop.
Travel quest accepted.
Before I go off that direction, we'll start these quests.
Rigorously as we work, we quickly wear down our tools until we have nothing left save the hilt. And a tool is only a hilt is no tool at all, I'm sure you agree. To be sure, not all of our implements have hilts, but the point stands we need to replace them quite regularly. And it's my responsibility to ensure that we always have the materials with which to make them. To that end, I'd be much obliged if you would gather for me, shall we say, 3 clumps of flax? They can be found in the blind forest of Yamaha. My thanks in advance, good sir. The underground caverns we explore are terribly dark places. Without some manner of illumination, we couldn't see our own whiskers. Never mind go about our digging. Would you be so kind, good sir, as to gather for me some plant seeds in the Camula stropolis? From them we can extract an oil, which we use as lamp fuel. 3 bags worth should suffice splendidly. Welcome back, Master Peter. Dare I hope you've obtained that which I seek?
Sure, seeds. I had those already.
That's splendid. Then this shall serve us for several outings. As you may have heard, we Katara do not see as well as some other peoples, and must rely on such things to help us find our way in the dark. For this gift of sight, you have my heartfelt thanks.
Not actually turned that in yet. So I guess we'll have to do this other thing first, and then come back. La. I feel like I'm back in the late 90s. Okay, is this megafauna? It is megafauna traces. Okay. Grab all the megafauna traces. And there we have enough. Awesome. As the prophecy foretold. Grab X amount of wind crystals. Holy crap. It's so freaking awesome that we're able to gather so many crystals at once. That's freaking amazing. Okay, I'll get it later. That kind of dog just yelps as I go airport. Dog's like,
What is this you say? Fell beasts prowl the tunnels at every turn. No doubt there are remnants from the shadows that wander the forest come to life. Demons come to suck dry the currents of aether that give the great wood life, reducing our home to a withered husk.
you know, they could be that, or they could simply be little nasty little brutes who crawled their way up between the rocks. You know, like the ones that we have around here.
Valen, my good Samaritan, you know these creatures too.
I do. Mother tells me the ancestors first came for the slither bow, and they had set upon the swarm of ravenous creatures that crawled from below. Furthermore, one of the elder priests managed to utter an incantation that drove them away. If you look closely at the walls around us, you can see glyphs carved in them. The same protective magic that served our forefathers has been worked into the very walls around us. In a sense, the settlements of Slitherbow itself serves as a ward against the dangers that lurk beneath us.
Just so, Valen. And if it is precisely wards and incantations of this sort that I have made the focus of my studies of late.
I remain ever impressed with your knowledge, my good Shamadans. Might it be too much to ask if you could teach this incantation to the Great Serpent, that he might protect us in our expedition below? Scree?
What What blasphemy do you speak, child? Do you think me, a humble servant of the wood, so brazen as to believe you could enlighten the divine protector itself?
Look, this isn't exactly my area of expertise, but it strikes me that there might be a simpler way to approach this. Why don't we simply fashion a talisman or two for them? You know, like the ones we've always used to keep danger at bay? I can craft a simple object to serve as the vessel, then Kinford can mutter a few words and enchant it as he sees fit. Tradition dictates the talisman be fashioned from materials indelibly connected with the Barrow's home. Those of us who live in Slitherville usually gather what we need from the city of swamps, but for Qatari friends, we'll have to look rather further east. Peter, your knowledge of trees and shrubs might serve us well here. Why don't you head over to Muriel's Regret and see if you can't find us a spectral cocoon. It's a casing of spun silk that we often carry about to ward off danger.
And I shall immediately begin weaving an incantation especially tailored to protect our good friends from the sort of terrifying creatures that infest the caves and tunnels they seek to explore. A foolproof plan if ever there was one.
Charles, you stay here with me in Slitherville and help me collect the other materials I need. It's a perfect opportunity to introduce you to my fellow blessed. Once we have everything we need, let's meet up again at Hopple Stopple. I want to test the effectiveness of the talisman myself. We're to leave Kirill and his friends as on their own. Well, I actually have to go outside before I go up.
Up and away, bonk.
Okay, how do I leave? There. I was trapped. Lahi. Gather these things, then we'll go grab that unspoiled what's-it. And we have our spectral cocoon. Oh, I just missed it. I did waste a little bit of time. Oh, there you are. Were we able to find something suitable for making our talisman? I have several spectral cocoons, actually. I guess this should serve us quite well. Give me a moment or two. I'll round up the materials Kataro and I gathered from the village to whip up something in no time. Just add a feather here and here and here, and then thread through this length of rope, and yeah, this should do it. Ah, it's beautiful. And this is what I'll let us begin excavation in safety? Vacation in safety, you say? Well, not so fast. Talisman needs to be enchanted before it's of any use. As it is now, it's little more than a fancy ornament. Well, Quinford, it's the moment you've been waiting for, isn't it?
Say no more. Stand back and bear witness, as Quedford, descendant of Guadal, weaves an incantation the likes of which your eyes have never seen.
Why do I have a bad feeling about this?
Worry not, dear Valen. In truth, at first I was uncertain which of the many prayers I've memorized would serve us best. A traditional chant of the Knights Blessed? But wait, the Qitari are an ancient race, so perhaps this calls for an incantation from ancient Ronka. Long did I ponder, choose poorly after all, and it could mean death and destruction for our friends, if not the forest itself. Fortunately, it was then that the great serpent came to me in a vision, enlightening me as to the precise words that would deliver us to salvation. Words would have long been writ in the Gospel of Quinford.
You're going to enchant this talisman with ramblings from your dream diary? I really have a bad feeling about this.
Do not be silly, Valen. The great serpent speaks through me, and I am but a vessel for its divine wisdom. Hark, it is precisely as it says in chapter 52, verse 5. The goddess's claws stained Curlin. She did await the arrival of the stewards. The coming of the darkness marked a new dawn. A proud people returned to the wood where the egg once fell from high above. O great serpent Aronka, gifted to us by the heavens, hear the plea of the great sage Sion, and guide the children of Aronka safely to their ancestral home. Amen. O great serpent, do tell me, were my prayers heard?
Scree. Why, I've never heard an incantation so inspiring. Your powers truly are something else, Master Quinford.
Oh, you're wise beyond your years, my young Qitari friend. My knowledge is vast, my powers indeed prodigious, and it is more than an honor to wield them in the service of your esteemed peoples.
Though prone to bouts of madness from time to time, Quinford is an accomplished priest. The talisman will serve you well.
Splendid. Our excavation efforts have already been delayed for far longer than we can afford. Well, Cachal, this is your moment of truth. There's no telling what dangers lurk beneath us. Are you quite certain that you wish to accompany me in the tunnels below? But of course, Father. Why else would I have come to this place with you? Together, we will unearth the secrets of our forefathers, our farfathers, and reclaim our history. Very well. It is clear you will not take the task lightly. Perhaps you are coming of age after all. And with that, I believe it is time we started digging. Let the X-vacation begin. Scree.
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Sometime later. Carl and Toro have safely returned from their preliminary investigations in the tunnels.
What is this? Another incantation of the great serpent made manifest before us? Whatever could be the meaning of this, I must know at once.
If you could settle down for just a moment, Master Quinford, I'll explain in detail all that's at witness down below. Father and I found a stone. It was big and square and covered in all sorts of writings, just like in the legends. As my boy said, we did indeed find the stelae, or at least one piece of them.
What remains?
According to Katara legend, the stele composed 4 perfectly square stones, stacked to form a massive pillar, which is to say, what we found is but one part of the larger whole. And if that were not unfortunate enough, even the single stele we found has been badly weathered through the years. In many places the engravings are all but indecipherable. That is not all we found. Lying beside the shattered stone were several said piles of bones, no doubt the remains of our once proud forefathers who carried the stele down below. I shudder to think of their last moments, torn apart by sin eaters as they hid away our legacy for safekeeping. Father and I thought to carry the stones to the surface, but in that moment something jumped out and stood in our path. Scree!
Are mine eyes to be believed? The behatted serpent that first accompanied our Katari friends remains on the surface, which means we are graced by yet another incarnation of the divine protector.
Third manifestation of the Great Serpent? Just how many of them are there, anyway?
At the very least, it's the only one we encountered in our expedition. And yet, if we traveled here from somewhere to guide us in our efforts, it would not be unreasonable to assume that there are others than where this one came from. In truth, it appeared and spoke just as we stood before the shattered. It appeared and spoke to us just as we stood before the shattered stone. I cannot help but believe it was conveying to us a message, just as its brethren guided us to these ancient tunnels. Katarlan and I pondered the matter, and we believe that we understand. The Great Serpent bids us to unearth the what remains of the scattered and weathered stele and piece together our people's history anew with our own hands and minds.
I see. It's not truly been scattered and weathered by time. That's the best you could hope to do.
Yet surely we must have been able to make out something from what remained of the stone. What chronicles of El were writ there?
What we were able to make of the markings could be described thus. A mighty Ronso wearing a crown, no doubt meant to represent the first emperor of Ronka, stood tall with a blade raised high over his head. Before him cowered a Katal, one of my forefathers, no doubt. The carving would seem to depict the momentous occasion that was the first encounter between our people and the Empire, and the implications could not be more clear. Doubtless our ancestors, ill-suited for battle, were conquered and subjugated by the might of Ronka, under whose yoke they would find new purpose as stewards of history. A most fascinating interpretation, Father, but if I might be so bold, I saw the drawings quite differently. I do not believe the Ronkan Emperor would be so cruel as to threaten the poor, weak Katari. No, I believe what we found us vulnerable and at the mercy of the fearsome beasts of the forests. He slew the beasts with his own hand and befriended our ancestors, giving us new purpose as his subjects. Your optimism's admirable, my boy, but I fear that such a bright and cheery interpretation of events is unlikely, at best. History's full of harsh truths from which we must not avert our eyes. But tales are still sung of the first emperor's might and majesty to this day, are they not? I simply cannot fathom he'd be so cruel as to enslave our people.
If you ask me, both theories are reasonable. If you intend to keep a record of history to pass down to posterity, you're going to have to choose one.
Two conflicting theories of the past. One to be etched in stone and sung until the end of time, and the other destined to be consigned to the dust of the deep, dank caverns below. Truly, this is a turning point for the grand tapestry that is the history of the Katari.
Yes, at any rate, I believe we've done all we can here.
Valen, I say, Valen, have you no interest in witnessing this momentous occasion in history?
I would not think of insisting as my interpretation is the only valid one, and yet I cannot toss it aside in favor of my son's rose-colored view of the past. How positively, absolutely vexing. Scree! The Great Serpent, it speaks again. It does, and this time its message could not be more clear. It believes that Peter, the ally of Ronka, should be the one to weigh the options at hand and decide which version of history shall be inscribed upon the stone.
Well?
Scree!
Katari father and son have arrived at conflicting interpretations of events depicted in the stela, and the bidding of the Great Serpent of Ronka, it has fallen on you to determine which version of history will be recorded. In order to continue the Katari quest, speak to either Natal or Huddle, and choose the interpretation of history you find the most convincing. Your choice will affect not only the restoration of the stela, but history as it will be told for years to come. Once you make your choice, you'll be unable to go back, so choose carefully. Furthermore, yet another serpent clad in curious armor will have arrived at the Kitari camp. I have to decide, optimistic view of history or a very negative view of history. The steward's reputation up. They can be trusted. Stewards, borrowing the wisdom of the Ninth Blessed, the Guitarl, have set up warding talismans around Humble Stubble. Free from the danger of wandering beasts, the excavation effort should proceed smoothly from here. New Guitarl daily quests are now available from Critical Apostle and Humble Stubble. Furthermore, you'll be able to undertake 3 additional quests. Furthermore, you now have access to a wider selection of wares. And then 4. And GP Generation 2. Cool. Alright. History generally sucks.
Whether it is they all the meaning behind the graves of the first are quite clear. The first Ronkan Emperor subjugated our ancestors by force and conscripted them into service. There can be no doubting this. Surely you agree with my theory is far more logical than the fairy tale proposed by my son, yes?
With the badge for Coronato's history, the stela will be restored to reflect the interpretation of history. Proceed, and you'll be unable to view the stela as Cachorro envisions it. The reward you receive and content of the quest you follow will be the same, regardless of the choice you make. You're free to choose the version of history you find the most compelling. This is the one that makes the most sense.
Splendid. It's quite certain that we will see eye to eye. With the ally of Ronka vouching for my theory, surely the fellow Guitarl will be convinced of its accuracy. If you're so convinced, then well, perhaps Father's right after all. In any event, I'd be honored to assist in the restoration of the stela. At long last, the task of restoring our ancestors' legacy can begin in earnest. Good sir, pray return with us and see what life's work through to the end. Without further ado, I shall call the steward's most skilled artisans. Let the restoration begin at once.
Tribal quest complete. Well, that was hard. Botanist level 80. Okay. Fear my botany powers. First stela has been restored. Its engravings now clearly reflect Guitarl Natal's theory of Ronkan subjugation. Protected by the talisman fashioned from the Ninth Blessed and heartened with the rediscovering of a place of their heritage, the stewards now pursue their excavation efforts with newfound zeal. Should you choose, continue to aid them in their cause. Turn this in first.
Welcome back, Master Peter. Dare I hope you obtained that which I seek.
Yep, I got this. I got your seeds right here.
Ah, splendid. This will serve us well for several outings. As you may have heard, we Guitarl do not see well as other peoples, and must rely on such things to help us find our way in the dark. For this gift of sight, you have my heartfelt thanks.
Touch of home.
Ours is a large undertaking, and we expect to be hunkered down here for a good long while. That being the case, I've a mind to add some creature comforts to the stopple. Master Peter, I'd be in your debt if you could procure a few things to help me make this place home away from home. Specifically, I require 3 lengths of water ivy. These can be had in the depths of Lake Tusimekti. Many thanks, good sir, and happy gathering. Ah, there you are, sir. May I ask if you have what I requested?
I'm sure I got lots of splendid water ivy.
This is absolutely splendid. My gratitude. By making the stopple more comfortable, my workers have been rested, and a rested worker is a productive worker. Ah, yes. Perhaps we can look into extending the length of shafts.
Shifts?
Shifts. During one of my recent outings, we came upon some lovely jadeite ornaments. The stones each bear an etching of the V's, which marks them as relics of the Ronkan Empire. As a gesture of friendship, I have a mind to present them to the good folk of Fano, but I believe that the gift would be all the more meaningful coming from you, an ally of Ronka. I'd be very grateful if you would deliver these 3 ornaments from my stead, good sir. Thanks to the protective enchantment of the Knights Blessed, we may carry out our exploration without fear of friends. Of course, enchantments are wont to lose effect over time, and when that happens, we must be prepared to protect ourselves. To that end, I intend to concoct a potent poison. I would be most grateful if you could obtain an ingredient for me. Tarantulas are what I require. They can be found in the husk. 3 or so should be suitable for our purposes. Underground caverns can be frightfully dangerous, you know. The workers are constantly tripping over and grazing their snouts and whatnot. Thankfully, the bees are kind enough to share a recipe for salve that works wonders for scrapes and cuts. If you're not terribly busy, I was wondering if you could help gather some of these necessary ingredients. For now, I need some green wattle, which you should be able to find near the Chromatolotropolis. There's no rush, but sooner is always infinitely preferable. Till later.
All right, Vander. What can we pick up? The helmeted serpent of Ronka. We'll definitely gather that. Grab the scythe and reassign number 4. I got all the best stuff already. Okay. There's our mender. Well met, honored ally. What brings you to Fennel this day? Here's some jadeite ornaments for you. Unless I'm mistaken, this ornament was crafted in ancient times to commemorate the friendship between our people and the Qatari. The world pattern enclosing the via symbolizes the eternity, a prayer for enduring harmony. I shouldn't doubt. This is a gift of no less than a piece of history, and I am truly grateful for it. My heartfelt thanks to my Qatari friends. Greetings, ally of Ronka. Is there something you require? A gift from me, you'll say. Here you go. Well now, this is indeed a surprise. In the days of the Empire, such jadeite ornaments symbolize magical might. They are prized items, and are honored to receive it. Pray, pass my regards to their friends of the Qatari. You have something for me, you say? Sure, here's a jadeite ornament.
mind such lovely adornment as this. To simply gaze upon it makes me feel closer to our ancestors. Please give the guitar my thanks, and tell them that they may call upon me in times of need. Alright, let's head up this way. Grab us some splendid green water. And some splendid flax. Just out of curiosity, what we got here? I love throwing that randomizer on. And sometimes harvesting 29 crystals in one go. That's kind of awesome. Oh, it's splendid tarantulas.
Every time I fly really close to those tree branches, I just imagine thwack, 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 thwack.
Jolly good, you've returned, and with the requested item, I trust. My, such splendid clumps of flax these are. They shall make for sturdiest rope. Oh yes, thanks to your kind assistance, we have all that we require for now, but we'll have need of more before long. I hope you'll lend us your procuring expertise again. Welcome back, Master Peter. May I ask how the adornments are received?
You can.
Splendid, splendid. Should we chance to unearth more, I will be certain to make use of these gifts again. Pleased for your return, good sir. Were you successful in procuring the ingredients I requested?
Yeah, sure.
Splendid. My thanks for your kind cooperation. Lest you wonder, the poison works by robbing fiends of their movement. According to dart tips, so I applied the dart tips. They won't stay outright, but it will force an opportunity to retreat to safety. Of course, I pray that our people wouldn't resort to such measures at all. May merciful Dalen ever bless us and keep us safe from harm. I can tell by the spring in your step you've met with some success. Come along then. Let's see what you brought me. Splendid. With this, I have a fresh batch of ointment ready for no time at all, though I cannot help but feel that in this case prevention will be better than cure. Perhaps if the workers could refrain from injuring themselves at every given opportunity, there wouldn't be such high demand for this stuff. Until then, I shall have need to call upon your talents again.
Okay. So I think right now it's time to head to the Crystarium, turn some stuff in. We may actually get the next one set up and just check on what exactly it would take for the others, because I haven't looked yet. Queshy Ray.
To behold the Samil with my own eyes. The skin, my friend. You must bring me more shards of the creature's skin from the blind forest of Hima and Raktika.
Any of that stuff?
Blessed night, I asked for shreds of skin. You brought me in a veritable tapestry. Oh, this hotel has many a tale about its owner. My thanks for gathering these specimens, Peter. I'm pleased to see that the Samil was indeed shedding its skin in Raktika. Now, based on a cursory inspection, Yelana believes that all the specimens probably came from the same creature. That worries me, Peter. What if it proves to be the last surviving creature? Of course, it may be the beast is solitary in nature. It may be Yelana's mistaken. But it avails us not to worry about such things at this time. For now, we can but wait for the results of the analysis. Truly the Samil is a mystery among mysteries. I won't rest until I know everything about it. Are you with me, Peter? But of course you are. Behind that icy countenance, your heart burns to uncover the truth. Now tell me, my inimitable captain, why do you think the Samil is so elusive? No need to overthink it. Say what comes to mind.
It's like a fairy.
Like a fairy, you say? Indeed, it could employ glamours like the Fae folk do. It'd be an easy thing to stay hidden. But thank you, my friend. It gives me so much to mull over. I'll be certain to share your theory with Lilana and her colleagues. You never know. It could well be the spark that illuminates the mystery.
Sure.
And now we have so many shreds of skin, surely one could be spared. Oh yes, just a little taste. Sacrilegious.
I have so many, actually.
Oh, fine, then I won't eat it. Yet it wouldn't hurt once Elena's done with them, right? Speaking of mine, which I'm going to deliver them to her. Rest assured I'll keep you appraised of any developments. Mark my words, Peter. Next time you'll find us a meal, and it'll be glorious. See that you keep your tools honed and your steps spry.
Return delivery complete. Deliver the requested items. Team level increased. She now considers you a protector of the Samil. Keshiray is thrilled with your efforts. She now considers you a protector of the Samil. The next quest, continuing the story in search of the Samil, is now available. Speak with Keshiray as a minor botanist level 8. You're about to undertake the quest. We're going to take this quest. Just first complete the main scenario quest, The View from Above. Alright, so that is our wall. Okay. Land Saint's coat. Land Saint's breeches. Land Saint's bandana. Land Saint's gloves. Land Saint's boots. Scythe. I just died the one thing that I can see. Okay. Vitae lumber, dwarven cotton, and ceaseful leather. this one. Oh, wow. I have a lot of stuff I need to do with this. I may need to just focus on that for a bit. Okay, so fortifying soup. Mushroom. That makes 3. Okay. Offering sweets is sweets ingredients. And then Baruba feed. Well, it'll be the one thing I won't be able to make with what I have. One of each of those. Yeah, I know, Kitty. It's because you insist on being in the way. I don't mean to make you feel unsafe. It's just you're right in the way. Yeah, I know. All right. Let's find where all of these things exist. Sir, no. Arctica Greatwood Deliberating Doll. I have to pick up the Highland Spring water. You just insist on being in the way. Just a moment ago, you were complaining because I was making you feel unsafe, and now you're putting yourself right where you would get, like, crushed. You're ridiculous. Okay. Lakeland. Forest of the Lost Shepherd. Alright. There aren't any sweets ingredients. Surely there aren't any sweets ingredients. I'll have to pick those up, right? I'm gonna have to pick those up. Okay. I typed that in. Whatever. Curly parsley. I've already found curly parsley. But I think I had curly parsley very recently. Maybe it was an ingredient for something. I have none right now, though, so. Ill. This cat. He's like, yes, you may pet me now. I was like, I'm not actually trying to pet you. It's like, you may begin. Okay, hollandaise sauce. And yak milk. Okay, I'll serve that. $55. Hollandaise sauce requires a cat that's not quite in the way. Lemon, nomus, egg, fermented butter, black pepper. Okay. Switch back to see what all I need for that. Okay. Heaven's lemon. Heaven's lemon is going to be it. So, Sea of Clouds, Bundu Akbendu. I've already given rid of them. She did numb on my hand, huh?
He's like, hey, you're not allowed to ignore me. I love you. Now love me back. Kitty. You're a goofball. Central tunnel on the plunge. Alright, fermented butter. Got that before too. I've gotten rid of it. So I need 5 yak milk for fermented butter. So I can find it later. Got a feeling that's going to be hard to figure out where that was from. Lignum vitae lumber. Dwarven cotton. 6 leather. So those are all interesting things. Okay, I'm using the restroom real quick. I can't wait anymore. I'll be right back. All right. Well, look at the lumber, the cotton, and the leather, and from there I'll probably call it a day. I don't think I'm going to be able to get any of this stuff easily. So lignum vitae lumber is from lignum vitae log, naturally. So that's 4 of those. Dwarven cotton. Probably something dwarven related, right? Dwarven cotton thread. And dwarven cotton thread comes from dwarven cotton ball, which we probably have not come up across yet. Okay. And sea swallow leather.
swallow skin, and yellow element. That's 1. Y types 2. Okay. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to be able to get most of that stuff. Let's see where they are, though. We'll record it for whenever I can. So Lignum Vitae log. All this stuff should be botany. Lakeland, Hair Among Giants. Huh. Take a look at that. Dwarven Cotton Ball. Okay, that one's not going to be able to be done. That's going to be in Dwarfland, which we haven't arrived at yet. Calusis Scree. Okay. And then the Sea Swallow. But I think that's going to be the one that's going to prevent me from doing this. Okay. Which mission for the Keshere? The view from above. Okay. Alright. So let's see if we can figure out if we can get Hair Among Giants first. Which should be easy enough. Let's just hit the Lakeland. Among Giants, that top corner up there. Let's do it. On the way there, you want Forest of the Lost Shepherd. So northwest corner is where I want to head. Alright, we'll grab this Harkat and then we'll do the Limbate thing. How many of those lignobite do we need? 24. I don't know if we're going to be able to get that many. But we're sure going to try. We just need 10 more. Hi. That worked. Let's head down this a ways. Maybe we'll see some carrots on the way. How many carrots do I need? I need 6 carrots. Oh, well, whatever. Nope, I don't need that. Alright, wherever I get in the next 20 minutes, I'll stop there. And we'll pick it up tomorrow. Bless you, kitty. Alright, well, this wasn't what I was looking for, but I'll grab some of each of these. Further and further away from where I needed to be. That's fine. There she blows. Give me them purple carrots. Yes, give me that gathering storm. Got more than enough carrots. Let's do this. Storm. I'm up for a challenge. Hooray! Okay. So I got my carrots. Got my logs. Alright, so let's do Raktika and then Ilmeg, and we'll get the rest from there. Ooh, boy, they're both close, huh? Woolen Way. What the crap is Woolen Way? Oh, that's always good too. Alright. Okay, I'm busy. Can't do that unspoiled stuff just right now. I just need 6, right? Yeah. And I got 6. We'll grab this one here just because I can. All right. Well, let's get that unspoiled thing since it's over there mocking me. beans. Grab that music fruit. Okay. And what else is there? We got the beans. Parsley was what I was actually after. Okay. So. Can do that one from above. So Arctica Greatwood should be Deliberating Doll. I think it's closer to Slitherbow. If I remember correctly, it's just like right outside Slitherbow. Grab some of those mushrooms. Okay, you need to stop having so much unspoiled, lush stuff. I'm busy right now. Lahi. I just need 6, right? Yeah, I need 6. And I got 6. Well... Let's grab our wind crystals, and then we'll head over to where that unspoiled crap is. Oh, never mind. It's gone. Alright. Okay. So I got my mushrooms. Got my shrooms. Here, let's go to Corvus, Sea of Clouds, Central Panama. Okay. Central Fenelon first.
The clutch.
Looking for black pepper. Oh, like beast.
Black pepper.
We needed, what, 6? Yeah. So, we're good there. Okay. And then... everything we need there. And Sea of Clouds and Corvus. Western Highlands. Let's go there, see that there's no unspoiled anything, and then we'll move on to Sea of Clouds. All right, look, there's no unspoiled anything. Sea of Clouds it is. What was new? Actually, before I do that, let's check Heaven's Limit, because I remember correctly, Heaven's Limit is kind of a pain in the butt. Okay. From 6 to 8 in the morning, it's not. And then from 6 to 8 in the evening, which is also not. Okay. So neither of those. So in that case, let's go to New Gridania. New Gridania. Pick up the spring water and the salt crystals. Okay. Highland spring water. How many do I need? I need 6. And then let me get salt crystal. Need 6 of those also. So fortifying soup. Culinary time. Okay. I was already freaking there. So since this is not available, that's fine. Rinse and repeat. Just the way. Oh, so close. More fortifying soup. It's a really freaking bad idea for me to be crafting food while I'm hungry. Right at the end of my fast. Okay, well, That'll work. Dang it. Whatever. Missed my shot. Didn't see it was excellent until too late. Honestly, I'm fine. It's just I'm over here whining about what could have been, and I missed something else while I was talking about whining what could have been. And we're fine. So, making a big deal out of nothing here. And that should be that. One more and then we'll check. The lens outside are telling me that I should stop and eat. Those are the noonday alarms for Saturdays. We have those in Oklahoma to make sure that the tornado alarms work. Because everyone needs to make sure the tornado alarm works. Because we get so many tornadoes around here. And that's exactly how many we need. Okay, so time to head back, turn these in, see what happens. Because I don't know how I'm going to do the thing with the sweets. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Let's see what happens. Shouldn't be long before Skip is fit to fly again, and your supplements will help him recover that much faster. How do you make something so simple seem such delicacy? Can't believe this warrants another sampling. Oh, yes, this is fantastic. If it's as nutritious as it is delicious, I have no reason to believe it isn't. Skip's in for a treat. This should be more than enough to see Skip to a full recovery. You've grown quite fond of the mealtime, you know. I think it's mostly to do with your handiwork. You should see the way he perks up at the mere mention of your name. But I worry what'll happen when you're gone. Another sickly MRO is brought to the stables. And it falls to me to prepare the medicine needed for their convalescence. Not fond of cooking, I take it. There's lots of people like that. Quite the contrary. Supply me with 4 eggs and I can cook the greatest omelet you'll ever pass your lips. My recipe for baked beans is also rather popular, but I know that's not what you meant, is it? I suppose there's no harm in telling you. As I mentioned once before, I once enjoyed the companionship of an MRO. Back when I still worked as a mercenary, we were inseparable.
One fateful day, when he was gravely wounded trying to protect me from sin-eaters, I brought him back here to the Crystarium in all haste, but resources were scarce, and the caretaker for Amaro was unheard of, let alone a proper veterinarian. So I took matter in my own hands, and using my personal store of medical supplies. It wasn't until he began convulsing I realized the dosage was too strong. I could only watch in horror as he thrashed about in pain, screaming, and pleading for help. And suddenly he grew still. I swore then and there that no man or beast would die by my hands ever again. The next day I traded in my axe for books to learn all there is to know about Amaro and their care, and that said, I've always been of the belief that any medicine to be administered should be prepared for one adept in the arts. Should be prepared by one adept in the arts. After seeing all you've done to help Skip, I'm beginning to think I have more studying to do. Speaking of Skip, there's something I wish to discuss with you, but I fear I've taken up enough of your time as it is. Why don't you come back later, after you've had a bit of rest?
Deliver the requested items.
You're now an Amaro aficionado.
Overjoyed by your efforts, he now considers you an Amaro aficionado. New quests containing the story of Belric and the Amaro are now available. Upon completion, the Crystarium deliveries list for Bethric will be updated. I believe the sun just went down.
No doubt you're eager to learn how Skip is doing. Well, I'm happy to report that thanks to your efforts and the care of the stable hands at Tamaros' rookery, he's in near full recovery. Physically, at least. The wounds of his heart yet remain. He sits about the stables brooding, avoiding contact with me, him, even the other Amaro. Before there can be any deliberation on whether or not that he will remain here or released back in the wild, I must ensure he's sound of both body and mind. For that, I must once again ask for your help. I'm loath to admit it. You're the only one whom Skip has shown any matter of affection. Not that I'm jealous, I do, merely an observation. The poor boy barely even eats. I do recall he was quite willing to partake in the medicine you provided, and the way you gazed into each other's eyes as if he... My point is, I believe he'd be willing to emerge from his seclusion for you. Would you try talking to him? See if he responds? Of course. Thank you for coming. Your presence at the rookery seems to have a way of lifting his spirits. Good. My goodness. Suddenly look at you seems to set his heart aflutter. Now that you have his attention, is you sure everything will be fine? Seriously. It's as if he's become a different creature altogether. He looks so happy, so carefree. Perhaps now I can get through to him. Skip. Still, he regards me with an icy gaze. After all we've done to nurse him back to health, why is it only you with whom he shows affection? There's no denying it was you who prepared the medicine that treated his poison. I've no doubt Skip is aware of that fact, but surely there's more to his fondness for you than that.
Maybe not.
Perhaps it has to do with the Amaro's innate predisposition to magic. It allows them to sense the aether of others, though nowhere near as strongly as their ancestors. Indeed, so in tune were the Amaro of their elders, they often said to be of one mind. I can but wonder how such a pairing from an early age would influence cognitive development, or if the breeder might. There I go, getting carried away again. What was I saying? Right, Skip's predisposition to magic. Perhaps he can sense your aether more strongly than ours, thereby giving him a greater understanding of your concern for his well-being. Despite the lengths he's gone to heal his body, without you, I dare say he would never have been able to heal his heart.
Sure.
Yet there still remains the matter of whether we keep Skip here at the Crystarium or return him to the wilds. I only want what's best for him, but I fear my decision will not be in line with what he desires. Oh, Skip, if only you could speak to us.
I know what Amaro could interpret for him.
You're acquainted with a talking Amaro? Truly? Be still my beating heart. There's a name for such beasts in the Ronkan language. The Pacamaro, the paragons of their kind. I never dared to dream meeting one would be possible. What a time to be alive. Please, Peter, I beg you, take me now. Take me to Walcross, to Amaro paradise.
What now?
What is to say? We must take Skip, yes. That we might discern what it is he wishes to do. Of course, that means we must traverse the real Meg, home of the Pixies. You suppose we could grant us passage?
Well, they'd grant me passage for sure.
Now, it doesn't surprise me you've befriended them. Still, I think it would be best to err on the side of caution. We must prepare a tribute for me and Skip.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Please, Peter, we're strangers to the Pixies. It's the surest way for me and Skip to appease them.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I promise I'll make it up to you one day. If there's anything you need, speak to Kim. She'll take care of the rest.
Come for supplies, have you? Here you are. Let's see here. Let's start at this end. And we'll go over this way. This direction, I think. Alright, this direction it goes.
Skip and I are counting on you, Peter.
You know, the best sweets you've ever tried.
Gracious goodness, I've never seen such a brilliant craftsmanship. I may be tempted to partake of these before we reach our destination.
Well, you must give them as tribute if that's what you're doing.
I jest. Now, before we reach our final destination, we've got to make a stop at Lair Laran, yes?
Sure.
Fear not, Peter. Skip's in fine health. I've no doubt he would travel near anywhere with you at his side. Now, let us be off, then, to Il Meg.
Sure. Yeah, let's go.
turn these in, finish this off, and that should be it for today. We'll pick up the rest tomorrow.
There you are. Pixies are quite pleased with your tribute. They've even promised you won't have to take any part of their games. Pixies honor, they said. Not that I don't trust them, but I'd rather not stay around over long in case they change their minds.
Sure. Let's head this way then. Whee! About 15 minutes over on time. I, of course, got to order food and eat the food. Usually I'd let my wife handle it, but she's asleep right now.
Wittendorf. So much more beautiful than I could have ever imagined.
Log, why have you returned so soon?
Lug. That must be Skip's true name. But wait, that means he was raised here, wouldn't it?
I did not answer. You were hurt?
Forgive me for interrupting, sir, but Skip has been in my care for some time now, and I can assure you he cannot speak.
It would appear a terrible trauma has caused him to withdraw into silence. If you know aught of what happened to him, I would hear it.
Not really.
I see.
Well, perhaps you might offer insight on what he wishes to do.
I sense great turmoil within his heart. He's ever loved the children of men, but now that love gives way to fear. He had a companion once, long ago. Together they left their home behind and traveled the world, and it was that shared love for adventure that led them to Norvant, sparing them from the flood. The light robbed Lug of his home and the passage of time, his companion. He wandered the land alone until eventually he happened upon Wilgerdorf. We took him in, raised him as kin, and offered him guidance when he came of age. He's lived with us for over a century, yet seldom does he speak his mind to me or the others. His reclusive nature has proven troublesome at times, but I know he means well. All these years, and still he mourns the loss of his companion, or the lives they touched in their adventures. As to why he might have left, I can but assume he sensed someone or something familiar to him, reminiscent of his past life.
I think it may have been you that drew him away from Wittendorf.
Oh, Lug, you sought man's companionship, but instead you found his cruelty. I thank you both for keeping him safe, but I must ask that you leave him here. We will take good care of him. I promise you.
Sure.
Parting is such sweet sorrow, but there will come a day when we meet again, Skip. Be well, my friend. Let's hurry back to the Crystarium. If we stay any longer, I fear our men will never want to leave. Sure.
Are you certain, Locke? You've been through a terrible ordeal, this is true, but there still is good in the world. I would hazard you understand this better than most. This is not a decision to be made lightly.
Back to the Crystarium. Alright, I'll turn this thing over here and see what happens. Peter, the most amazing thing has happened. It's Skip, Lug. He's returned to the rookery. Oh? Alright, was I dreaming? You don't suppose this could be some cruel trick of the pixies, do you? And he's back. Peter, pray give me a moment for my heart to return to my chest. I was on my way back here when I suddenly happened to peek down at the stables and I saw him. I saw Skip. Quickly, we must go see him. Skip, by the gods, it's really you. But why would he return? You don't suppose the Amaro of Wilkdorf mistreated him, do you?
No, they were quite nice. But I want to live here with you, Beltrick, and Pieter.
He speaks. The Tupac Amaro of Wilkdorf spoke true. You do have the gift. Sorry, that's the wrong voice. The person of Amaro spoke true. You do have the gift. That's the right voice.
I'm sorry for not speaking sooner. It was not my intention to deceive you.
You have nothing to apologize for. Were I in your position, I likely would have done the same. I still can't believe you're here. What exactly happened after we left you at Wickendorf?
I spoke with the other Amaro, with the poachers and the poison, of your kindness, how you nursed me back to health. Sensing the conflict in my heart, they bade me think long and hard on what it was that I truly desired. For nigh on a century I've longed for the companionship I once shared with man, yet it was not until I encountered the poachers that I truly became aware of his capacity for cruelty. I began to think perhaps all men secretly harbored such wickedness within them. And then I thought of Pieter and the food that he so lovingly made for me. It reminded me of my youth and the partner with whom I once explored the world. It reminded me that I must endeavor to seek the good in men's hearts.
Sure.
And I can think of no better place to do that than here at the Crystarium, if you will have me.
I just see no reason why not. What say you, Nim?
I would welcome Skip without question, but it's not a decision for me to make alone. I must discuss this with the other stable hands.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think nothing of it. Well, that occurs to me. If you were to stay here at the stables, would you be able to tell us what the other Amaro are thinking?
Indeed I could. I recall them being rather jealous of the food I ate when I last was here, though they understood it was part of my treatment.
Surely, have they said anything about me?
Why would they say anything about you? Speaking of foods, Pieter, is there any chance you could prepare any of the foods from my homeland? I'm sure they would love it.
Oh, what a splendid idea. Nothing brings people together, or I suppose in this case a marrow, like a delicious meal. How about it, Piotr? You think you could prepare a marrow fare in the Baruba tradition? I would put together a list of necessary ingredients. And it's just a rather special request. You can be sure your efforts will be handsomely rewarded.
Sure.
Ja.
First term delivery commenced. First term deliveries list for Bethrick has been updated.
Isn't Shipschool simply divine? I could listen to him talk all day.
Baruba feed. All right. Well, that makes 3. All right, well, I think that's it for today. So thanks so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful day. I'll be back tomorrow morning to stream mostly plot, maybe a little bit of extra on the way. Thanks, have a good one.